Wait, we're live. All right, cool. Yes, we are. Here we are, live. Welcome to the pub, everybody. Here we go. Microphone check. Video camera, good. We are live. Yes, sir. Yeah, I know. Got to trim off the split ends, man. Shit's getting way long. Oh, yeah, too much. Scared to go to the barber, and now look at me. What do we have? We have George. That's life, but not as we know it. Aphidlet, my brother, what up? Last Dance. John. Yes, welcome everybody. Welcome to the pub. Yeah, good evening, my friend. Grab the old git fiddle here. Cheers to everybody out there on the internet. Hey, Sammy Cat, look what I have. That is Kraken. That's not all Kraken, or I'd be cracking the whip. That's Kraken and seltzer. Love to have you on if you can. That's life. Would absolutely love it. And that is a gift right there from Sammy Cat. A Christmas gift, a bottle of rum. She knows me. So I'm going to just cover a quick little, we'll do a short guitar lesson. We're going to feature 3 common styles of chords. Just a quick little thing to give you guys who don't play guitar, know much about musical theory. Just a quick little lesson. We're going to go over major chords, minor chords, and 7th chords. Those are most of those styles of chords are 99% of rock and roll songs and blues. So yeah, we got A major. You know, you'll hear that in everything from Pearl Jam to, you know, country. And then you're gonna hear the A minor. So there's only a very minor difference, major, minor. That one little that note being dropped from C sharp to C makes it a sad sounding chord, which you'll hear at the beginning of Angie. And then the third one would be the A 7th style of chord, or any 7th, the second octave note, which is A. So you have A major, A7. See, it has a bluesy feel. So that's going to be something you'll hear a lot in blues or jazz style of music. So you got A major, A minor, and A7. And those are your three basic types of major chords. You can play them with every type of chord. You have your G major, G7, G minor, and then you can switch up how you play your G7. You know, you got your basic G major, but you can add this baby in here to make it really bluesy. And those, you know, if you can master A through G with all your majors, minors, and 7th chords, you're on your way to being a solid rhythm guitar player. And then, you know, you'll be playing, you have someone playing your A minor, then you learn your minor scale. Hey, Last Dance and Alan Reeder, what's up? Last Dance. He's the man. Never forget him. He's there. Yeah, the cage system, totally. Or box. Some people call it the box system. It's so linear and right in front of you with the guitar. It's not obviously linear like a piano, but the repeating patterns that happen on the neck of the guitar are pretty obvious once you learn them. And yeah, of course, Random Goon, solid player himself. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. And there's my wife. How you doing, sweetheart? Oh, yeah. Georgie, gonna light up a nice little something I just rolled before we started here. I didn't think I clicked it live, and then all of a sudden we're live. Funny shit. I wonder if are you outside, dude? It may not be called that. I've called it that myself. Maybe I just made it up, make up a lot. Being a home player, man, I just didn't take a lot of lessons. So I made up things that made sense to me, Goon. And yeah, I do believe we would be talking about the same thing. She's not that smooth of a puller, I gotta say. But I've already started it, so I've committed. Hello, check my playlist. Y'all can see what check my playlist is saying. And feel free to check it out if you want. He's a controversial figure, Tommy Robinson. I don't know as much about him as you British guys. I know he's characterized by, yeah, exactly, by certain thoughts and whatnot by certain people, but it's not really an area I'm an expert in, so you can make your own judgments on that. I hear you, Alan. Here in the great state of Massachusetts, it is legal, completely legal. And frankly, and I know quite a bit about it, it does a lot less damage than this right here. So if given the choice between one or the other, I would always recommend this. But they do go well together, there's no doubt. Right, exactly. Pinball Wizard. What an epic album is. That by The Who. Tommy, obviously. But somebody said something to me when I was in college that they didn't really like the voice of Roger Daltrey. And then I started listening to him really closely, and I was like, yeah, I could see why some people get turned off by his voice. The music is epic. He's a good singer, but he might not be for everybody, There you go. I'm proud to hear that, George. And honestly, if you ever want to hit me up on the DMs on Twitter, I have a lot of advice that I can give in that department for you, especially regarding medical. No, definitely not Last Dance. I don't like the operatic side of singing either. I do like Robert Plant's voice a lot more than I like Roger Daltrey's. So that would be Pete Townsend, Aphid Lip. And somehow he got away with that. If somebody wants to look it up how, but somehow he did not get prosecuted for that. I don't believe. But yeah. I think the same thing happened with one of the members of the band Fish, maybe the bass player Mike. Yeah, DM on Twitter. There you go, Alan. Yeah, I don't know enough Motorhead Random Goon. You know, everyone knows Ace of Spades, which is an absolutely fabulous song, written using all the cliches of gambling, which is a pretty cool thing. I think Lemmy just sat down. LDG of Geeks, what up, homeboy? How you doing, man? Great to have you. LDG of Geeks just did some kind of a fucking marathon. Yeah, there you go, Aphid. He's a crazy man, but I love it. I love the energy and the spirit of it all. There you go. Pentatonic and major scales in all 5 positions. Although it took me a long time to stop playing pentatonic because it's easy to oh, Duke, don't go away, dude. I'll put you right on, Duke. I just had Duke at the bottom, but he left. Come on, Duke. Yeah, pentatonic is a hard thing to get out of once you really start playing it. The blues style of scales, blues and rock. Jimmy Seville. I don't know. I think I'm. How you doing, Blind Fury? That's interesting. And Duke, please come back. You're welcome to join right in, unless you had to go get a beer or a sausage. Okay, I know you. All right, I see someone else down there, and I know who it is this time. So I'm not going to act all like confused and shit, even though I'm feeling a little confused from this thing. Normally, I would just set her down and pick up the old git fiddle and hit it with a little. I don't think I'm supposed to do that. One more note and the whole thing could get shut down, so I better stop. Anyone pick that tune out? I'm sure you can. Some of the guitar players out there know that one. Are you there or are you square? You there? Yeah, I don't think he's there. All right, come back when you're there, dude. He likes to set it up and just have his little spot reserved for later. Deep Purple. No, that was Led Zeppelin. Dread Zeppelin. Yeah, so I wanted to wait till we're gonna wait till all the guys get on here, all the governors, all the provinces, but definitely have some interesting shit to go over tonight. Have a few drinks too. Boy, that's some nice smoke. Damn. Yeah, the Duke. Anyone like Greta? What's that band? Greta something or other? It's a bunch of dudes, young men, but they're good. They rock. Greta Van Fleet. That's it. All right. Let's get some people going on here. Duke, how's it going, man?
Hello, Steve. I'm fine. How are you?
Pretty good, thank you. You've been busy for the last few weeks. I know this is late for you. You must be doing some schoolwork and you
Yeah,
know.
we officially start school on Monday, but we did have what's it called, like homework
uh,
during the holidays.
no shit. A lot of all computer work, or
Yeah,
yeah.
everything on the computer now, and because of the Corona situation, I haven't been following the news really, but apparently it's kind of spiking up again. So we're gonna start on Zoom. Everybody is gonna be at home.
Do you are you boosted and all of that stuff?
Yeah, I want it all in my body before I die. So I have three shots vaccines.
You got the boom and then the boosts. And so, which brand did you get?
Pfizer.
That's the same as me.
And
Yeah.
that's good. When we become mutants, we're gonna be in the same faction.
Well, I haven't gotten the boost yet. I'm still on the fence on that one. I'm waiting it out. So, um,
Yeah,
I don't know if it happens to be that this is the test rate. Last week I was saying 17%. Now we're up in the 20% for positive test rates. It's like one in
yeah.
five people have it now. So
But it's kind of anticlimactic, don't you think? Because I get the vaccine, nothing really happened, no side effects.
yeah,
Just nothing happened. It's same as usual.
right.
Maybe I get. I mean, I've I've been thinking I've had COVID for at least 3 times. Maybe one of them I
Hmm.
actually had it.
Hmm.
I have no idea. And maybe it was milder because of the vaccine. Maybe I haven't even had it yet. I have no idea. It's
Right.
because I'm way too lazy to go and test to see if I'm positive for COVID. I haven't tested that once.
I know. I only the only tests we've had to do have been for my kid. But for us,
Yeah, I get that. I can
um,
understand that.
mhm. Let me go ahead and add Mr. LDG. How you doing, man?
You're muted.
He might be.
What's going on? Hey guys,
There you are.
evening
How you
everybody.
doing?
Hello,
Hey dude.
LDG.
Hey Smokes.
How
Long
you
time no
doing?
see, guys. How's everybody doing?
Very well, thank you.
How
Am
are
I
you?
coming in okay, by the way? Am I crackling? Because I've been having some issues lately.
Pretty clear. What are those digital like glasses or are they actual glasses? like
I just sorry, I got a loud road behind me. It gets loud every now and then. These are real. These are real.
okay. So they just sit there. There's no
They clamp. They clamp
wow,
right here.
trippy.
Yeah, you just gotta kind of like get them straight.
Mm,
I'm getting used to getting them straight. When I first got these things, they were like fucking like sideways and all just crazy and whatnot. So you
cool.
Be,
just
be,
get used to. I had to put
be
them on.
careful. Be careful what you show in the mirroring on the glasses.
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
That's
tell me
funny.
about it.
How's it been? You've been doing some long-term stream stuff over the last couple of days, right? Or
A few things, yeah. So basically, I'm trying to do a 24/7, 365 stream, and starting the new year. You know, last year was hell. So I'll try and turn this year around.
mm,
I wanted to figure out how to do it on StreamYard. If there was issues between YouTube or StreamYards, in fact, there was. It took me my third attempt before I could figure out. Okay, this is how you constantly stream. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create two things. One is what I'm doing right now, the waiting room. You guys have been enjoying, I hope, place to hang out and just chill. And
hmm
no guaranteed to be anything. We just hang out, open panel. You can come on, you want, speak, play games, do whatever the hell you want. Wait for somebody cool to stream like you guys,
hmm
and do your thing. But second is, and this is a cool idea, and I don't know if this is something that you might be interested in. But the original thought was is to have like for me, I'd call it something like LDG TV, and basically load up all my old videos on YouTube, the ones that people are not clicking because YouTube's a pain in the ass about trying to present old material from channels you actually like. Um, Having a place where people can watch a channel of all your old videos back to back. No specific order if you want, however you want to do it, but just put all your old videos and play them, round the clock. And then, you get like 5 or next thing you know, you get like 1, 2, 3. The next thing you know, you have like 10 people watching your reruns. It's like your own TV land.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So that's what I'm trying to do with that right now.
Oh, that's cool.
But did you mean that it was gonna stream for like 24/7 for a year?
Yeah,
so all the time.
I mean,
so is it gonna show something? I mean, I'm guessing it's gonna be like maybe like here that where you bring in other people like in little squares. But is it gonna stream something full time?
Okay,
like
so
a Big Brother or that Jim Carrey movie. What's it called?
Okay, so the TV, the LDG TV, which just shows the reruns, I'm just downloading all my videos, like all my waiting rooms, all my whatevers, all the nerdgasms I've done, every upload I've done, every video I've done on YouTube, and then I'm just gonna put them into a playlist back to back. So that's gonna play. It's gonna be a recording, so like reruns.
Yeah.
The waiting room 24/7 is gonna be just like this. It's an open StreamYard. I already have more than enough real mods, people who can control my StreamYard even when I'm not around, and keep the stream going, keep the waiting room going, so it's a place for people just to come by and hang out, and live.
Yeah, that sounds cool. If people starts to, I'm guessing like on Friday nights, Saturday nights, maybe more people come in, and on Monday mornings maybe less. But if it takes off, that could be really, really cool.
Right.
Yeah. And then
do you have a Discord like that you also use for?
I do. The Geeks Enjoy Discord. I can give you the.
Feel free. Always happy to.
Discord. Let me make sure the URL is still working. And 3, 2, 1. Page not found. Okay, I got to fix the URL. I've been upgrading my server. I can get that to you though.
There you go. Yeah, we have one too, and it's I think it's under trigger warning. So if you want to check it out, throw your stuff in there. It's all good. Little cross promotion is always fun. Let me go ahead and grab my guy here. Last Dance. Crossdresser.
Hello, Last Dance.
Crossdresser.
Sorry, misread that.
That'll be the next
Crosser.
one.
Okay, I got it. How you doing, dude?
All right. How you guys doing? Good evening, LDG, Duke, and Smokesteve.
Good evening, my friend.
Good evening, Last Dance. And you still have your name. You haven't changed it yet.
No. I didn't get the kind of assistance I was hoping from Happy Dog and company.
Okay.
I like it. I think you've been Last Dance since back in the Live Leak days. So,
Yeah, it is for better or worse, and I think mostly worse. It is what I'm known by.
Right, exactly. Let's is Topple around yet? I see him in the chat, but he's always gonna have something a little wise name there, but we'll wait for him to come back. So did you get hammered by the weather, Last Dance?
Oh yeah, we got some good snow, maybe 7-8 inches here, which is a lot of snow for Maryland.
Yeah, it is. I got 14 here the other day and
Yeah.
sucked. But LDG, you're down in the Sunshine State, right?
Florida, yes, sir.
Yeah, so you're like loving life down there compared to the bullshit up here, man.
I get lucky if it breaks 60.
Mm.
If it gets like 58, 59, that's perfect for me. I can't stand the heat. I wish I'd trade my house for the one house northern. I don't care. I just need to get the north.
Mm.
I can't stand Florida.
You mean a little bit of, what do they call that? Seasonal defective disorder or something like that? Affective. Hey, looks like we got a new guy here. DeLone Wolf. How you doing, man? George has vouched. There he is.
Doing well. Thank you.
Good. Welcome.
Lighting's not so hot here.
That's okay.
We could see you. We can confirm you're not McGran. Ah, it's worse.
Blinded by the light.
There you are.
How you doing?
Great.
Cool.
I can see why they call you Smokesteve.
Yeah, there's often things being smoked. Yes.
I think I'm getting a contact buzz from that,
You
just
might.
visually.
Sure.
Online osmosis.
Exactly. So, where you are, Duke, did you hear much regarding like the anniversary of January 6th? Was that
Yeah.
Sorry.
was that big in the news over there? The 1 year anniversary?
Yeah, it was pretty big.
No kidding, huh? Internationally?
Yeah.
So let me
Trump made some pretty big international news.
So let me ask you this: okay, the lone wolf. I'm just gonna throw you on mute real quick. Oh, sorry, not solo layout. and okay, there we go. Oh, he's not muted yet. All right, he's muting, and then I'm muting, and we're doing it. All right. Anyways, so when there was all the riots and shit that was happening last summer here in the U.S., the summer before last, the fall, did you get a lot of that over there as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so it was all on your news, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Pretty much, as long as Trump was the president, he was almost every day, and I'm not exaggerating, he was almost every day headlining our news and was the first thing, even on slow days.
Now, was it negative like representation of him, or?
Yeah, some tried to be a bit objective because they've been a bit backlash when they go too heavy obviously on the Democratic side. But it was mostly against Trump and Trump being dumb and bad.
Now, how about Biden? How do they portray him? Positive, old.
That's the funny thing. Now it's not news anymore.
Who? By who?
I mean, the guy, he's old, but I guess he's doing his best. Let's bring on his biggest fan, Mr.
Joe Biden.
and I have to say, it's kind of funny with Saturday Night Live that way too. I think.
Yeah.
They make fun of him, but it's not. It's like very toned down, and it's not like politics is not the major part of that show anymore. It seems.
Yeah, it's too bad too. I mean, they did some awesome stuff throughout the years. I didn't think Alec Baldwin as Trump was that good myself, but Norm Macdonald played a great Bob Dole, which was really funny back in the day.
He did.
There was actually a skit where Bob Dole and Norm Macdonald were on the stage together. Yeah, freaking hilarious. Look it up. Bob Dole had, I think it was an old war injury, so he held a pen in his left hand. Never put it down. I guess he might have had some shaking or something like that.
Bit of a sidetrack, but Norm Macdonald, I loved his now can't the bandit, the actor who plays the bandit.
Oh yeah. Jesus Christ.
Burt Reynolds.
Yes.
With the big, he put the big hat on.
Yeah. Showing bubble gum.
Right. Yeah, he played him on Celebrity Jeopardy, of course.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Yeah, I loved all those Sean Connery bits. Always making sexual innuendos.
Yeah, the famous one was the rapists, which was therapists, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, good stuff. Yeah, so like we just somewhat brought up Aphid.
Oh yeah, what was that? Something happened.
Yeah, just
Something
the
happened this last week?
the anniversary of something. Yeah, but I'd like to bring on this guy too. If he's, I mean, where is he? You know, sure.
But when did we start to have anniversaries of bad things that happened?
Well, I think they had crazy speeches in the Capitol and a lot of coverage for it here.
Yeah, but what other? Maybe we do actually.
9/11. I mean, Jesus, that starts like 9/12 for the next year.
9/11 though, on that day, it's nice to hear a tribute here and there or see something. You know, I like to keep that. I'll keep that going forever.
Yeah, maybe it's an American thing because like they Pearl Harbor, but nobody's still around anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
remember the Alamo? Hey, look at this. This guy remembers the Alamo. It's set for this.
Do you have like a date for the Alamo, like when it started, or?
Well, I'm Jim Bowie, and I'm telling you, it was a bad day that day.
What's the? Is there a good Alamo movie?
Yeah, the Alamo.
Is that the one? I haven't actually seen it. I haven't actually seen
Billy
it.
Bob Thornton's in it, and hell, I mean, there's a real old one that had Fess Parker in it. You know, these old 1950s and 60s actors. But yeah, there've been a few Alamo movies. That's a good question, actually.
They should remake it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And I haven't seen the original, but yeah,
they're about due.
Yeah, totally.
If they made the Alamo today, it'd end up winning.
Right.
yeah.
There was some famous rock star who pissed on the outside of the Alamo and got arrested. It might have been Slash. I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Pissed on the Alamo. Okay.
At least he remembered.
Right.
I never did visit that. I trained in San Antonio for my advanced, individual training in the military, and that's where the hospital. I think it's Brooke Hospital at Fort Sam Houston, but I never did go to the Alamo.
It's small, isn't it?
What year was
it? It's tourista stuff, and at that time I wasn't feeling like a tourista. I did go to the Riverwalk though. San Antonio's Riverwalk is fantastic.
Oh,
That's great.
It was 1836.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
Real quick, I'm just going to go ahead and add in another guy here, Mr. Drone Tech.
Apparently, we didn't remember.
Drone Tech.
Hey,
How you guys doing?
Drone Tech?
Yes, Drone Tech.
How you doing, man?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm great. Thanks. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good, thank you.
Pretty good. Been better.
I was just out splitting some wood.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Did it hurt?
Not like actually splitting wood. I was using like a wood splitter.
Oh yeah. A lot easier, but just keep your wits about you with those damn things. Everyone's heard a story or two,
Yeah.
But hey, yeah. So we just happened to be getting into the anniversary of January 6th.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right. I know. Surprise. But yeah, I mean, what did you think of the thing they did at the
Theatrics?
Capitol? The recent theatrics at the Capitol involving
Yeah, I mean,
the president,
totally-
the vice president.
yeah, it's just absurd, all of it. And I mean, I watched it when it happened, and I didn't like what I was seeing, and what happened was bad for sure. Like, riding at the Capitol and all that, it was not good. But at the same time, like the way right off the bat, when it happened, they were lying about it, saying all these people died, all these police were killed, which none of that happened. Only person that was killed was Ashley Babbitt. And I don't know, they just lied about it and exaggerated it. And now they're saying that, unless Democrats get elected, democracy's over, and which, I've been saying for years they want to basically outlaw political opposition. And I feel like they're just using this for that. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, they're basically saying that to save democracy, we have to end it. We just have to give Democrats perpetual power. And, and they keep saying that by, denying election results is an attack on democracy or whatever. I mean, I always tell people that Democrats in my adult life, every election they've lost, they've tried to decertify votes. They've called it illegitimate. They've rioted at the inauguration. and they did that for Trump and Bush twice.
I think it's every election, whichever party loses, they just go.
Well, no, there was no riot at Obama's inauguration by Republicans. There was nobody. There was probably a few people saying stolen. Right, but the last two Republican presidents, there's riots at their inaugurations.
Did they always refuse to concede?
Well, Hillary didn't. She said that she may have officially conceded, but then when she did an interview, her first interview after the election, they asked her if Trump was legitimately elected, and she said no, it was, or she said I have questions, and then later she said the election was illegitimate and Trump was illegitimate. So, I mean, is that conceding?
Well, I'm glad she didn't win.
Yeah, she was never a president, though.
Y'all hear me? Okay, don't
see,
you?
But you're always going to find some like little detail about it to explain it away the hypocrisy.
I don't know if that's
different.
I don't know if that's a little detail.
No, that's a pretty huge detail. In my humble opinion,
you got to fight against the narrative.
Look at it this way. I'm sorry, Cypher.
No, it's okay. I was just sort of agreeing. I know that you sort of fight against certain narratives, and you have to. There has to. I've said this over and over again. There has to be opposition politics. Regardless of who's in power, you can't let them just seize it and then go forward in total control for decades. There has to be opposition, and right now we're in a two-party system, and actually the independents are the larger constituency than either Democrats or Republicans, and they actually decide elections. True. The independents do. So, but yeah, I'm all with you, Drone Tech. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that. Crap, I forgot what I was gonna say. It's probably not that important.
It was about the what about this?
Okay. So the thing about this is, if you look back. And I think there might have been some riots at Bush Sr.'s inauguration too. I'm not 100% on that, and I don't really know how Clinton's went. I don't think there was any Republicans rioting. But then you have Bush first, a riot at his inauguration. They claimed the election was stolen. They tried to decertify votes. A group of Democrats did, the Black Caucus. And then, they called it the Bush regime for 8 years. They claimed 2004 was stolen too. Riots as inauguration. Then Obama gets elected. Republicans don't do the same thing, okay? But there's kind of an escalation. Then Trump gets elected. We have more riots, more claims of stolen election. It's not legitimate. Russia stole it and all this kind of thing. And then I predicted in 2017 that if Democrats won 2020, they'd say, "Oh, no interference, perfect election." And I was like, "That on right." And it's how it's because they're so that predictable. So you're seeing an escalation. So the Republicans finally riot, and they've.
Well, did they breach the Capitol, or is that another small thing?
They're saying all
Republicans. I'm saying it's an
escalation. That's the latest
the Capitol.
You're saying the liberal media is not fighting as hard for their opposition as they do for their own guys.
Right, exactly.
And that's hypocrisy.
Yeah,
somehow.
So in 2018, we had BLM and Antifa actually attacking the White House to the point that Trump had to be taken to a bunker. And did the media care about it? Police were injured, Secret Service were injured. I posted videos about it. The White House, the story from the media was not that. It wasn't that there was an attempted insurrection because they were calling to pull Trump out and remove him physically and lynch him. There was none of that. It was that tear gas was used on the rioters, and that Trump was a goof, was like Hitler because he was in the bunker.
They're just misunderstood youths, that.
Well, I mean this as a serious question. In America, are the media supposed? Do people believe them to be unbiased?
Too many do.
They're supposed not to have a political leaning.
No, I wish.
No, they totally do.
Yeah,
but every one of them has, and that's how they keep their viewer base by making content that they are going to want to watch. CNN.
But do the people in general think they are going to be unbiased?
No,
I don't think anymore.
No.
They still claim to be nonpartisan.
Well, I think that I'll take that back. I think that the major networks, not the news networks. I think that I would say probably at least 50% of the population thinks that they are not biased. in their reporting.
Yeah,
like
you
the
mean
nightly,
like-
the nightly news.
Right. David
Right.
Muir or whoever are doing
Right.
the
Yeah.
6 o'clock.
But when you switch
news.
on CNN or Fox, you know what you're getting.
Right.
Well,
But
the
are
network
they
news
allowed
is
to
just as
be-
bad? Just so we're clear, it's just as bad, if not worse, because they
Are
have
they-
that sort of veneer.
Are they allowed to have a political leaning, like publicly?
Yeah. So we have PBS, Public Broadcasting System, right, and NPR, which is NPR is the radio, National Public Radio. Both of these, which are in part publicly funded, it's been less and less, but they do still get public funds. They are clearly biased. They really pump out the woke, like that kind of stuff, the leftist stuff. And one of their most premier reporters, Yamanchi Alkindor, I think that's how you pronounce her name. She is like an open far left extremist activist. I mean, openly, and we have to pay for that.
Yeah, well, we kind of have the same deal here. We have the government or tax paid media that is supposed to be unbiased, but it's extremely biased at the moment. But that aside, then we also have these private publications and TV networks that are openly supporting or leaning towards. It used to be one political party. Now it's leaning towards the right or the left, but they're open about it. So everyone watching them knows they have that agenda.
If you're
and
open, no problem.
Yeah.
Let me
And
ask
it's
you
also
guys,
privately supported, so it doesn't take money
Also
from the taxpayer.
so real quick, I'm just going to explain something to mainly Duke or anyone else who doesn't know how it works here in our Senate. So they're on some of the more basic issues, will vote on general numbers, so it can be 51 to 50. And if I get this wrong, correct me, Last Dance. But on like large policy changes, they have to vote 60-40. And that's called the filibuster. Is that right?
All laws
Yes.
are passed 51.
No, like
percent.
larger things that might actually mean like a change to like the Constitution or to policy, like actual law, is a 60-40 vote. Now there's a new thing called the
There's
something
only
about
a few things that are 60-40 or
yeah. Well, one of
two-thirds.
them is coming up, and it has to do with voting. Drone Tech, you could probably get into this a little. The Freedom to Vote Act or whatever. So the Senate now wants to change the law to get rid of the filibuster and make it a 50-50 vote for something that is a very serious vote. Like you just said, Last Dance, there's only a few things.
That is the Senate making its own rules. That's different.
That's correct, which is fucking crazy.
And that whole thing, it's so crazy. Like what you see the Democrats doing, to me, it's clear that they're making this like authoritarian power grab, and the media is right there with them, helping them. And I've talked about this before. The Trump and the right always get accused of being authoritarian, but like what institutions are supporting the right and Republicans? None. Like it's all in support of the Democrats and the left at the moment. So like,
you have big business.
Maybe they're just really wrong.
Well, no, but anyway.
I mean, it could be.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not like pro-Republican on it. I'm not saying they're like perfect or right.
Big business is supporting the right.
Right.
No.
But well,
Not
my point
anymore.
my point was here is that like this Voting Rights Act, like they're acting like we're back in the 60s, and like there's people who don't have voting rights, which is not true. And except for felons and kids, which I'm sure they do want to give those people votes, I think.
Oh yeah,
also
16 and over, they want to give the right to vote.
A lot of people in the graveyards too.
Convicted felons who've been released, they want to give the right.
They basically want to, through the Voting Rights Act or whatever this is, I can't forget what it's called, but basically what they want to do is just cement the new rules that they just threw at us out of nowhere in 2020. These new rules, and they want to cement those. And they say that if you take those away, or if there's voter ID, which has broad support across the country, something like 80% of people, which includes a really high percentage of African Americans as well. They say that if you do any of that, then you're going to keep people from voting, which is just ridiculous. I mean, look at people standing in line for COVID when they have like mild or no symptoms. They're standing in these huge lines, but they can't stand in line to go vote, So it's clearly a power grab what they're doing.
On that, Do you think that is a little ridiculous to wait in a huge line? Like, say you just worked 8 or 9 hours, you want to get home, but you're going to stop at the town hall. The fucking line's out the door to vote for governor, and you're like, "Fuck, am I going to stand in that stupid thing?" They have to make it a little easier.
Yeah.
Well,
they do.
Yeah.
They do. They're like
I
a
actually-
lot of these states, like Florida and Texas, they've actually extended hours and days that you can vote. So,
but don't you accept like mail votes, mail-in votes?
yeah, mail-in votes in 2019, the New York Times said was the most susceptible to fraud. They said that in 2019.
Yeah, well, of course.
Was there proof of that though? Was there proof?
In theory,
I do have proof.
In theory, you can have a guy holding a gun to someone's head and telling him how to vote.
Well,
I just wanna say
ABC
real
News
quick-
actually did a study. They did an experiment, and it did not look good for mail-in voting. It ended up like only a very small percentage of their votes actually made it to the thing. Like all the rest of it was lost.
I think voting should be done online. I do my bank businesses online. I think that's secure
real
enough.
quick, guys. LDG, what did you want to say? I just want to.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't believe there was any fraud. I mean, I voted for Trump 5 times, but each one of them was me. Nobody else. There were my votes.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that there's a huge widespread voter fraud problem per se. Just like I don't think that there's a widespread voter suppression problem either. I think probably you got both sides jockeying for power, knowing that both sides are trying to like be underhanded about it, and they're just trying to, counter each other. I don't know. All I know is that this thing that they're trying to pass is it's only going to make it really hard to get Democrats out of power.
How many people that are eligible to vote actually go and vote in percentages?
Oh yeah.
It's they talk about voter suppression.
This last one was higher.
Yeah, you're
how much?
seeing higher percentages of voting.
Did anyone say a number?
With the ballot harvest.
I don't know the exact number. I'll look it up though.
Yeah, go ahead, look it up. Good idea. Yeah, let me tell you this:
it's really high. It's like 80%.
If all the people
I don't think it was that high.
Most of the people who don't vote, I think there's a lot of Democrats who aren't voting. And I think that if you get them all to vote, it's exactly what you just said, Drone Tack. You're going to have it's going to be harder to get Republicans to win. What you need to do is mobilize the Republican people who aren't voting in equal numbers in order to balance it out. If you don't, then it's like you're saying. Well,
I agree. I think there needs to be more like Republicans, but it's so hard when you've got this national media, Democrat state propaganda machine constantly demonizing you to the point they're now calling this like domestic extremist. They just keep upping it. It's like racist, white supremacists, domestic extremists, terrorists, like, and they've turned us into snarling beasts that like to generation, like especially the younger generation, unless they snap out of it, man, they're going to go through life thinking that like anybody who's opposing them and politics is literally like inhuman.
Yeah, I mean, regarding the 6th, my biggest shock, and there's our shock jock over there, Topple. Here he is. My shock was when I came home from work that day, I put the shit on the TV, and it was like there were dudes going up the stairs, climbing over shit with rebel flags, Confederate flags. There was smoke everywhere. It was a riot on the steps of the Capitol. And they had cameras inside. It did look fucking crazy. And it was shocking. That view, I was like, holy shit, where's the military? Like, why aren't we protecting this? This is our building. Like, and then that question, of course, sets in later. Like, where was it? The guys? We all knew the date, and it was this thing that was planned. Why the hell weren't the National Guard, who were stationed there for 2 or 3 weeks after, stationed there for a week before up to the event, setting up everything? You know, it would have been a big, giant nothing burger if there was a bunch of National Guardsmen standing out there with, M4s and AR-15s and stuff. But
and they could have, but they wanted it to happen. I mean, I really believe that.
Yeah, it was a propaganda coup.
Well, look,
the Democrats.
Well, let me say, the FBI, FBI, for example. Yeah. The FBI has proven over and over again they're pretty corrupt. They've done it the last 4 years. This Michigan plot. Have you Do you guys know anything about that? It's more
Before you
and
get
more-
into it, 67% of the voting age
Gretchen
citizens.
Whitmer, right?
67.
Gretchen,
Damn,
67%
that was higher than I thought. Actually, that's
Yeah,
pretty
it's been
good.
getting higher and higher every election. But so when you say
That's
voter
good.
suppression, it's like I don't buy it. But yeah. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. What
Well,
were you
let's
saying?
remember though that 33% that we're missing, or 34, whatever it is, the difference between the winners is like 1 to 2%. So there's a lot of percents there that could be going to one side or the other that aren't voting. My thought is that most of them are Democrats. I don't know.
American Rebellions, and he should come on here. I'm sure he's got an opinion on this.
But the FBI, we were talking about the FBI.
Yeah. Go ahead.
They essentially planned and coordinated that entire thing. FBI informants, that they did the whole thing. It was an FBI operation. Like, and it just came out that there was a new story just recently. BuzzFeed, I think, did a story about it, talking about how without the FBI, there would not have been an operation. Like, they were the operation. And recently, another guy, they're complaining that they can't get this thing to court for trial, but these people keep popping up and turning out to be FBI informants.
The
Which is-
FBI has been doing that for 50 years or 60 years.
So is your contention that it was a frame-up job completely?
Well, not completely, but I think that there was probably instigators in there who were FBI, and it's something that never gets talked about. Of course, it doesn't, because our media is corrupt. But you had that BLM activist, or he wasn't with. Apparently, they were kicking him out of their things, but he was a left-wing activist, anti-Trump guy. He was Jaden X, I think is his name on YouTube. I can't remember what it is.
But don't
Can I
take.
say his real
Hold
name?
on. Hold
Can
on.
Can I
Just
say
simply
his real name? Because I know his real name.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
John Sullivan?
John Sullivan. Yeah, he went there and he's on video literally instigating people to violence. All right. And then he sold that footage to MSNBC and CNN. Like, why is that not a bigger issue? And so,
but Drontech, sorry for simplifying, but are you saying that the 6th January thing wasn't a false flag operation by the Democrats?
No, I wouldn't say a false flag. I would say there was instigators within the group, because look, there was tens of thousands of people there. There was a lot of people there, and out of them, it was only actually a few hundred that were like fighting with police and stuff. It was a handful of people, really. And of those people, like, once they got in the Capitol, there was not, because the police just let them in at one point. So other groups. So I'm not saying that it was a false flag, but I'm saying that they used it. They knew that there was going to be some sort of a big protest, and they used that event, like, because Nancy Pelosi could have had National Guard there. She chose not to.
That's
Afterwards, they put erect fencing and shit everywhere. Like, why didn't they do that before? Like, Trump, before they attacked the White House, the Secret Service put fencing, a wall around the White House to keep, because they knew that was coming, and it did come, and they were attacking the fencing and all that. So, and Trump got mocked for that too, by the way.
It was extremely erect fencing.
There's, first of all, I want to say
Erect.
John Sullivan
knew
is not a right winger, but there's no evidence that he was working.
Say again. Start that sentence again.
John Sullivan was a lefty for sure, but there's no evidence that he was working at the behest of anyone to instigate.
Well,
he was just interested in.
All I know is that he's on video
instigating.
instigating, and he sold that footage to the Democrat state media.
Who was with him? There was a woman with him that worked
Right.
for another news network, right?
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that, but you're right. And you know what else? There's actually Discord from this guy's Discord server where they're talking to groups of people talking about dressing up as Trump supporters and shit. So, none of that stuff. It's like, if we had a real press, they would investigate that stuff, but they don't, because they're complicit at some level. They're complicit in all this stuff. So,
Remember the Glenn Youngkin?
yes,
thing
the
put
Glenn
out by the
Youngkin
Lincoln
thing.
Project. That was
There's definitely
that was a false flag.
Well, yeah, and then look at what they were doing to Trump. They literally they disseminated into the media Russian disinformation, the Steele dossier, which was paid for by Trump's
DNC.
political opponents, right? And they disseminated that out. They told Trump about it so they could then disseminate it, which they did, into the media, who then put it out to the country in an attempt, because they wanted to impeach him early. They were saying before he was inaugurated they wanted to impeach him. So this was their insurance policy that those other 2 FBI agents were following. And they even lied in the FISA court so they could get warrants to spy on the campaign. Like, this is corrupt all the way. Like, I don't see how anybody can trust these people at this point.
I don't have to talk tonight.
This isn't conspiracy stuff either. I mean, this is all you can read about on CNN, I'm sure.
But everyone missed that Smokesteve's wife wrote that Pee Wee Herman went to the Alamo.
Yes, I put
It's the most important thing that was said all night.
Yeah, I remember that. They said
she had me at
in the heart of Texas song.
Why was he going there? It was so random.
He was looking for his bike.
But did he go to the historical site or just a theater called the Alamo?
Francis stole my bike.
I think he learned his lesson after the first theater.
Yeah, but he made a comeback, like but he went, didn't he? Like recently, a couple of years ago.
What are you talking about? When he had a little hand jive in the movie theater back?
No. I mean Pee Wee Herman. He got like some show again.
Oh, he was on Netflix
recently.
He was on Netflix.
Yeah,
he's been in a ton of stuff. He's been in a lot of movies and
brought back good old memories.
Yeah, he was in a cheesy movie.
I think Blow was like
he was in a movie theater once too. I remember.
Yeah, but after that. But and apropos that, and the whole cancel culture.
Oh, Pee Wee!
Did you see I watched Louis C.K. He made a new comedy special.
He's back.
Called Sorry, and it was freaking brilliant. It was funny as hell.
He didn't apologize though.
No, no, he did actually. Sadly, and that's
he's a randy boy.
I lost respect for him.
That was his biggest fuck up. That was apologizing. That's showing the throat and the wolves.
Hey, can I tell you guys what the New York Times editorial board said today?
Oh, please.
They said every day is now January 6th. That's what we're dealing with.
Well,
the media has always worked for Democrats, but now it's just like open. But their pretense for it is that if you don't elect us, democracy is dead. But it's like democracy is dead unless we kill democracy.
Republicans are all terrorists. All 80-something billion of them. Yes, they're all terrorists.
Well, dude, I was trying to explain a few minutes ago when I got home and I saw that chaos. There he is.
Hey, DeLone Wolf, you have to mute one of your two feeds.
I'm glad it's not me for once.
I think somebody shot him. It looks like there's blood everywhere.
Well, what I was trying to say, Top, when I got home and I saw that crazy riot, which was happening live, like I was like, holy shit, dude, it's been described by conservatives as a riot.
It's not a riot, what we've seen.
Ted Cruz said it was an act of terrorism.
I mean, it was a riot on
the lone wolf.
There were guys using like whatever fucking things they could find to smash windows to get in and fighting
smashing windows.
I will say this: Biden said that it was an armed insurrection. Like nobody was armed.
It was a riot.
Total lie.
It
was not a riot.
It was a riot.
Let's take a vote here. Who says it was a riot?
I will call it a riot.
Now, Drone Check, I think I got in an argument with you like the night it happened or the next night, and you were saying it was. You were saying it was a rowdy protest.
What are we talking about?
I've evolved. Okay, I'll agree with riot.
You know the most awkward feeling in the world is when you start a riot and nobody joins in.
Yeah, right.
So we have.
You mean insurrection as opposed to riot,
or just to describe it? It was a riot.
A protest that got overly rowdy.
That's you call it a more rowdy concert than that.
Oh yeah, well, violent. Okay, violent.
It was a riot. I mean,
I'll go with
riot.
Get out! I'll go with riot.
Well,
but I'm not going to go
prior to this. You're calling that a riot?
Almost nobody died.
The only shot fired was, to kill an unarmed, Air Force.
How many times did you see Portland on the news?
Here's the one all this.
No, I don't give a fuck. I'm talking about what happened yesterday with all these fuckheads that went up on a podium and fucking lied to your face.
Yep.
What did they lie? What they lie about?
I lied. He said that it was an armed insurrection.
The 5 dead people.
Well,
and all that.
yeah, that's a lie.
What's
an insurrection, though? Let's read it.
It's a violent uprising. It's a violent uprising
against an authority or government. So that's
well.
I mean, you would pass.
How many people have been charged with insurrection?
None.
No, I'm just reading a violent uprising against an authority or government. So that's I mean, that's enough different from what you think it is if
we're going to go with that,
people.
If we're going to go with that, would you call
that's a funny?
Would you call any of the riots in 2020 an insurrection?
No, but I have to say something about you Americans. How many people have been charged with insurrection? How many people have you killed because of insurrection? You charge them. You charge them good.
Who's that couple back in the 60s?
Rosenberg.
The nuclear secrets, right?
Whether
Rosenberg.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
I think it was the 50s.
But we had a left-wing group bomb the Capitol and then get pardoned.
Crossroads state lines.
Now, what I found to be interesting, if I was to think this was an insurrection, then those guys who assaulted or did whatever you want to describe it as going at the Capitol, proper insurrection, they would have all been armed, and there would have been National Guard there to properly defend the place. That's the scary thing. Like, what if these people were proper insurrectionists who really were trying to overthrow the government with firearms? They could have really fucking done some damage, but because they were kind of a bunch of idiots, they did.
Was a guy with antlers.
There was no occupation strategy. There was
a guy with antlers.
But none of that is in the definition of the term insurrection.
No,
so maybe it's just that there's ignorance in the definition of the term insurrection, and that's why people have such a hard time admitting
how
that's
about
what it was.
all of the cities, Aphid, that defied federal authority by creating sanctuary cities? What about all those mayors? It wasn't violent, but it did result in non-legal people killing Americans. I mean,
I'm sorry, I didn't follow.
I'm talking about the sanctuary city phenomenon, where federal authorities said this is going to be how we handle, the border, and all these sanctuary cities went totally against the federal authority. That's defiance of the federal government, and that probably had a much greater influence on the policies and procedures and statutes of the United States than did a bunch of yahoos, hustling around the Capitol being dicks. I mean,
here's the problem I have with language like insurrection. It's obviously overblown, and it's being used by Democrats to concoct plans to take our civil liberties
to justify it
in all sorts of ways.
I'll get there soon.
They're this is just the first step to defining Republicans as domestic terrorists, and it's all part of this language designed to create a sort of a maximal language to make it seem much worse than it really was. So you take the event, which had a few people rioting, some people attacking police, some people who didn't attack police just walked into the Capitol behind the ones that did. It was really kind of a chaotic scene. It was hardly planned, and people have decided that they're going to use the most extreme language to describe it. And behind that,
it's almost like the media wants to influence people.
Yeah, and behind that extreme language, they're planning on passing laws that enable censorship and domestic surveillance and just about every possible way to curtail civil liberties is being worked out, and it's all based on you can't get away with it unless you use this maximalist language like insurrection, like terrorism.
You're not opposed to the
language being critical. It's not. I don't like you putting poo-pooing this overblown language. It is critical to getting this whole civil liberties thing stowed away there.
So you're more afraid of what could be used with it being referred to as that term, not so much the event being labeled as such.
I do think it's no. That's not true. I think the term is inaccurate, but I believe that it is significantly I don't believe it's a trivial matter, to use an inaccurate term in this case. I think the language is what we have to fight here, because what's going to follow it is all sorts of draconian measures.
Now, real quick, let me just ask you, Last Dance, when you maybe tuned in that day and you saw the escalation and culminating in the final scenes of the smoke and the fighting and the chaos and potentially what I would call a riot, at least on the steps, from some angles, it did look fucking crazy when you saw the whole thing going on. I didn't know what I was seeing. I was saying to the lady, I'm like, where are the fucking Marines? What's going on here? The Confederacy's attacking, like, what the fuck?
I told my wife, I'm like, they're going to use this forever against us. I'm like, this whole next 4 years is going to be nothing but this.
It looked like a riot, but nobody was shooting at it.
Pee Wee Herman went to the Alamo.
No knife play, no shooting.
Aphid lip
looked like a riot.
Right. Aphid lip. I've seen a lot of pictures.
There was some clubbing. Yeah, I take that back.
I've seen a lot of pictures in the media of the Capitol when that happened, and it's like a long exposure where it looks like it's all on fire, but it's really just like lots of smoke bangs or something going off. I don't know. They've been deceptive about that. But Aphid, what would you call, and the media never called it this, but would you agree that what we saw in Portland would be an insurrection?
Oh, man, you're not going to find, if you're looking to trap me and try to put me as a defender of Oregon, you got the wrong person.
I'm just asking, would you call that an insurrection?
What I mean, I would have to.
There's actual bombs thrown at the federal building. They caught it on fire.
Yeah,
I mean, burned down police.
I tell you, I'll put it to you this. I'll put it to you this way: if any of those people that did those acts got 10 years, 10 years,
real name,
hold on. What you asked me a question? I'm saying if those people that did those actions, that threw a bomb or attacked the police, if they got 10 years in prison or more, I don't care if they got 20, 30 years. I wouldn't cry about it like people did when that one guy got 5 years for his actions with trying to, bash a cop's head with a fire extinguisher and throwing a fire extinguisher at somebody. And I mean, it's ridiculous.
Most of these charges are BS.
That's the description of somebody that's independent, not swayed by their own party.
Yeah, he got some years. Hey, LDG.
Hey guys, I did actually leave the inmates in charge to come over and hang out with you guys for a little bit. Cool. I do appreciate it. I got to go pop in and see how they're doing. They're playing some. I don't know if anybody plays like card games like Magic, but they're hitting up some.
I used to.
DC deck builder, I think it's called.
Magic the Gathering.
But Aphid, I used to play Magic, great game. But
Aphid, you have to give yourself a wedgie then.
Yes, Drone Tech.
No, my point was that did the media ever call it? Did they ever pounce on that and be like, "Oh, look at these Democrats, these left wingers, they're insurrecting in Portland," and not just there, but I mean the White House attack. You could have called that an insurrection, right? The attack on the White House?
I guess what I'm telling you is I don't use the media or how they react to certain situations.
The point is
to cloud my vision of how I react.
I'm not making it personal with you, Aphid.
I understand you're not, but you use the media to anger yourself at how you feel about different situations. You use the media to yes, you do. You say how they do this and they do that and they do that. Like
I'm looking for some continuity
overall,
some consistency.
There's some overall like people behind the scenes that are controlling certain situations. If you're not happy with how the media, you're not happy with how the media treats a certain situation,
throwing bombs at the freaking federal building in Portland. Real bombs, dynamite.
Yeah, they should be charged. I don't know what you're trying to get from me.
That was never a major media story. They caught an Antifa today, or maybe
but that doesn't change. What I'm saying is that doesn't change my feelings on Oregon.
Have you seen that in the media? Have you seen that in the media?
Nope. I have to be fair. All this whataboutism is pretty annoying.
No, it's not whataboutism. It's called. How do you? I don't understand how you could say that when actually all I'm asking for here is some consistent standards. That's all I'm saying. How can you sit here and say that it's an insurrection? What happened at the Capitol? But like literally months worth of concerted, consistent attacks on the federal building in Portland.
Yeah, if they
bombs in
if they fit that
description
description that I just read, then it's an insurrection. I don't care.
I could
our
answer
media never
that.
called it that.
Easily,
at one point,
then be mad at the media. Don't separate your frustrations or how you feel on January 6th.
That's what I'm here to talk about.
What about the politicians?
Yeah, and the politicians who use it.
I don't give a fuck about the media. It's the politicians that are using it.
But the politicians' power and a large part comes from the media. They help. Authoritarianism needs a support base. The media is the authoritarian Democrat support base.
It's a mutually beneficial relationship on both sides.
It is state media. They all get power from it, money.
Yeah, I mean, Fox certainly.
CNN and they're so focused on getting rid of Fox. Why? Because they'll make way more money that way.
But you're right in that there is no Fox equivalent of NPR that gets money from the federal government.
If there was, it would be God instantly.
I will admit, and I had this discussion with Last Dance before, and I would like to amend what I said before, and I still feel this way. But I stood up for NPR in the past, but I did catch a weekend show with NPR where it was definitely like they were giving their blatant opinions and they were so like, I guess woke is the cool term. I hate using that term.
The press
on a Saturday afternoon show. I don't know what the show was called, but it was obviously like a extreme left-leaning show that I hadn't heard on NPR before. So I wanted to make sure Last Dance.
Yeah, they're there.
What do you think of Yamanchi Alcindor, their press corps?
I don't even, I do listen to NPR, but I don't even know who you're talking about.
I used to be a big NPR. She's always out there. She's
I know you used to be a liberal.
Huh? Right. But she's like, she's kind of a big, she kind of a heavy set black lady with,
Oh, that idiot. I know.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
She always makes a scene. She's always like,
what's her name?
Yamanchi Alcindor. I think that's how it's pronounced.
Is it Amanpour? Not
no.
That's a random combination of letters that makes
I think I know who you're talking about, but I don't think
it's an anagram.
I don't think
you're saying the name Comanche Commodore. I don't know.
Comanche Jumanji.
I can go all weird, but
there you go. I got you here, Aphids, right there in the chat, in our chat.
Where did I get Jumanji? What was her name?
She's vile. She's just like, I can't believe that my tax dollars, no matter how small an amount it is going to pay for that. It's bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know who that chick is.
I never liked Jumanji.
But how about this? Does anybody think Trump should be charged with anything with this?
No.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we've heard all the information.
We got to charge Democrats for their language?
What do you mean charge for what?
For the insurrection that happened January 6th.
You know that they're trying. Did you guys know the Democrats are taking? They're trying to get legally. They're trying to get it so it's illegal for Trump to run for president right now.
Yeah. I heard something like that in Swedish media. I don't know if this is interesting.
I don't think
but they're trying to get something on him. So he can't run for president again.
I don't think he's going to.
He's not going to run again.
I don't think he will.
No, but they're going to try hard to get something just for that purpose.
There's nothing they can do.
Maybe
I think that the Republicans should stop focusing on how much Hunter Biden sold a painting for and start focusing on why this guy has such a control over their party.
Focus on getting behind.
I agree with you.
You think it's totally normal?
Who's the best governor in the United States?
You think it's totally normal, Aphid, that the media like literally buried that story? That the tech platforms all.
I didn't say that. I said that you guys should be more focused on why this guy has such a control over your party.
We should be more focused on DeSantis and getting him elected.
You got a much better chance with DeSantis.
I know.
Than you do
I
Trump.
agree. I've been a DeSantis guy.
I bet you it's DeSantis and
I don't think he'll get it.
Are going to be front runners, man.
They're already trying to bury him.
What? I don't get it, Drone.
Yeah, they're already destroying DeSantis. Yeah.
You know how many freaking tests were
they're trying
expired?
to.
Will Cruz get his balls out of his safe deposit box when Trump's no longer in the race? I don't know.
No, I don't even think
I can't stand Cruz personally.
Again.
I don't know.
That's a soft subject for AFAD.
Could get chosen as a VP.
Don't get me started on Ted Cruz.
He's not that drunk yet.
I'll be throwing up.
Cruz bothers me.
I'll be throwing up later.
Cruising for Cruz. That's Aphid Lips motto.
That's funny. I like it.
My son still refers to that night as, Mom, why was he saying that guy shits on his dad?
Serial killer.
Hey, have you guys ever tried Oculus?
My son has Oculus. I put it on.
I got one for Christmas. It's badass. Like, so I took it to my my brother's Christmas party. The family, he hosted it, the whole family, and I brought it. And just kind of one by one, I was bringing people in, and everybody was trying it. And since then, my dad got one. And two of my brothers got one. Or no, three of my brothers got one. And yeah,
you're talking like, VR,
a lot
right?
of fun. A lot of fun.
It's fun, man. I love it.
Yeah, it's virtual reality, Steve.
Penis pump or something? What?
This is all VR, right, Drone?
Yeah, it's VR. Yeah, and it's really convenient because you don't need any sensors or anything. You draw your own like guardian area. You can play it outside even if you want.
My son still
when
hits
you say
everything.
You brought them in, what were they playing? Like driving, fighting?
No. Actually, it comes with something called First Steps, and it sort of just trains you on how to use it, and it's really neat. It's got like this. It's got all these different things you can do. You can like set off rockets and shoot balloons and like it's got a game system. You can put different things in. You dance with a robot and shit. It's wild. And
yeah,
I was just showing them all that.
I have to just quick aside here because I've tried it too. And a friend of mine, he was selling it to me like, you don't really do really exciting stuff, but when you're in it, it becomes so much fun, like shooting a bow and arrow. Yeah. It doesn't have to be complex or advanced.
Right.
Just doing stuff in a VR world, it is pretty damn awesome.
It's immersive. I did this thing called it's called Physics Playground, and like you literally have to like when you jump, it's like I don't know if you guys ever played like Flashback or Prince of Persia. It's like rotoscope kind of, and you jump up and you gotta literally grab onto the ladder and pull yourself up, and you literally feel like yourself moving up the ladder, and you get to the top. I jump off the edge and my stomach dropped. Like I literally felt like I was jumping off the edge. It was just
weird.
I guess eventually you kind of get used to it, but right now I'm having fun with it. It's pretty cool.
Is there mature games for it?
Oh yeah. Oh yes. By the way. Oh my goodness. Yeah. You had to check that out too.
Okay.
not the games, but there's actually like VR porn like sites, and my God, man, it's like you're like there
right
with
there?
the lady. It's crazy. Yeah. And it's live as well. Yeah, it's wild. My wife and I were really drunk last night. I showed her. I'm like, you gotta check this out.
Yeah, sounds expensive all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I like it.
Cool.
You can see it. You can see that in 5-10 years, it's going to be so much better. Right now, it is very kind of rudimentary. The games are cool. I mean, you can run around. I got a game called Onward. It's like military, and it's very realistic. Like you got to pull the gun off your chest. You got to hit the button to eject your clip, put a new clip in, pull back the hammer, and like it's all there. It's pretty wild. But that's what you get really immersed in is that stuff.
Yeah. Also, it doesn't really have to be intended to be scary, but it can get really scary if something just moves up to you close.
Oh yeah, it's creepy as hell, man. When you're up next to like I went into this VR chat thing, and it was like a boxing ring, and you get in boxed. I'm like walking up next to people, and it's like you feel like you're standing next to something real. It's very, it's a little strange for sure. So, and there are horror games that are freaky. Yeah,
I think it's gonna explode in within 3-4 years at least.
You know what it feels like? Have you guys ever watched Star Trek: Next Generation? Oh, really? Okay, so most of you probably don't know anything about the episode "The Game," I think is what it's called. And like that, one of the crew members goes to this like resort, and they come back, and they got this game that you put on like a VR headset.
It's Risa.
Risa, yeah. And they're like, oh, you got to try this. And so like when people try it, it's this little like augmented reality game actually is what it is. But every time they score or whatever, it gives them like a dopamine rush or something. So they get addicted to it. And it basically spreads through the crew, and everyone's like, oh, you got to try this game. That's totally what this feels like. It's like I spread it like a drug to my family.
I actually, the first Oculus, we used that, and I developed in Unity with 2 other guys, just like a demo. where we could be in a VR world. We built the world, and you could lift bodies, and we had the ragdoll physics, so you can lift it in the spine. And then we did a bug because we wanted you were supposed to be able to grab things, and then but you didn't have to be exactly have the hand at the exact position, so you could drag it to you. But then if you try to pick something up from the ground, it got stuck in your model. So it was pulling you up. So you started flying. And that wasn't intended, but it was real physics. So it was so weird. And then I had a shitty day, of course, because I have many of those. And then I wanted to I'm going to make a game where I'm Godzilla. I just go and ruin a city. And then I want to be able to pick up a guy that I killed.
Yeah,
and walk over to his home and show the corpse to his family.
Reminds me of the video arcade game Rampage from back in the day.
Great
you
game.
Would be like Godzilla or you were King Kong, and you were the one destroying the city before they killed your ass. That was
you could pull people out and eat them.
Right, exactly. I love that game.
You bite their heads off, I think, maybe, and even throw their bodies or something. I don't remember, but yeah, great game.
So
question
about the procedure drone. So you said you have a little taped off area where you're like,
no, you don't even need that. Like, well, I come down to my basement and I got this kind of big square area. It's actually L-shaped, and I just carve out the whole thing, and it's like the holodeck, another Star Trek reference. I mean, it literally looks like the holodeck. It puts up this grid, so it disappears, but if you get near it, it starts appearing little by little. So the closer you get,
like you said, when you're walking, right?
Yeah.
So are you like walking in place? Like you have to do this strange, like weird, like non-forward moving walk? Or
well, that's where
you hit the wall, right?
So yeah, that's where their immersion goes down a little bit, but it kind of works. So it kind of forms around the space you make, and if you can do it two ways. There's treadmills that you can get that are omnidirectional.
Okay.
So you can walk around and do that. But if you don't have that, then you got to use the controller to move around. So your immersion drops a little bit there. But the world's so big and everything that you can literally walk around and walk around. Like you can do that.
There are like two problems in VR right now. One is walking, and the other is the milking machine for the porn sites. And I bet the milking machine is gonna come quicker.
Well, look, I was watching this video. I was watching this video about VR that's like the state-of-the-art stuff that's not like really affordable yet. Like around $8,000, I think this one costs. Yeah. But the guy who was reviewing it said that he's tried like every VR. He's been doing it for like 10 years, and he's like, this. He's like, is something different. And he was talking about how like he literally like when he puts his hands on objects, he can like feel them. He described it like people who lose their arm, they have a phantom arm. He described it like that. Things are so realistic that you can almost like feel. Right. He said like on a person model, it felt hot.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, this brings me back to a movie from the 80s, maybe even the early 80s. What I feel like might have been the first VR movie. The Last Starfighter.
Lawnmower Man.
Last Starfighter. Great stuff.
I thought you were going to say Lawnmower Man.
No, Lawnmower Man.
The Last Starfighter, because the kid learns how to be a pilot unknowingly, and then the people from outer space come and get him because he won the game and he's the best pilot. Like they trained him by creating this video game. Awesome movie. Awesome.
Yeah, great movie. It's a great one. It really is. A lot of people don't know about it.
Speaking of stuff that a lot of people don't know about, when I went to the bathroom, I could have swore, Drone Tech, did you say Flashback? Were you talking about the old Sega Genesis game?
Oh, yeah. I mentioned Flashback in Prince of Persia.
The Flash, are you talking about the old
Flashback Out of This World?
Oh, that was my favorite game back then.
Yeah, I love that.
I love it. I played both versions. I played Flashback and I played Out of This World. I love both of them. Great.
What's Out of This World? Is it like
it's the Super Nintendo version.
Oh, really?
They're slightly different though. Yeah, they're actually different games, but I guess Out of This World is like sort of the first one, and Flashback is related to it. It's like a sequel or something, but they got the same like rotoscope animation.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, in the VR, like you hit the jump button and it's like that. It like jumps up like that.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? In that game, how it jumps.
Right.
I also played Flashback, damn it, and I loved it.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, Duke. There's
had a cool story.
It's called rotoscoping, by the way. I'm pretty
sure these guys might be able to help me. Actually, I could probably find it, but there's a you can play it via your what do you call it, like on a website. You know, like you just It's do
you have a
what's it called? It's a website. It's called
like retro something. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but it's not that fun.
I got a better option.
Looking up an ex crush.
Do you guys have Fire Stick? Do you guys have Fire Stick or like the built-in Fire Stick?
Yeah.
All right. You can play retro games on that.
Oh, I know.
Okay, yeah, you can get Flashback on it.
Oh, here it is.
Plays great.
Here it is.
Those games were great. For 16-bit, they were amazing. They had those amazing cutscenes.
It's the internet. I'm sorry. It's an Internet Archive. Archive.org. That's a really cool website. It's got videos. It's got, I mean, there's everything on there. It's unbelievable.
That's the Wayback Machine.
Yes. Yes. But you can play any console.
Aphidlip and DroneTech, you guys are too young for the Commodore 64.
No, I'm 40. I don't know how old I am. 48, I think.
DroneTech, you never played the Commodore 64?
Oh yeah, I have one. I have a
Commodore. Okay. Yes, one. Sweet, man. I'd like to have
my basement right now we just moved here like a month ago, 2 months ago now. But all my retro game stuff is just in the basement. I need to get shelves.
I got a couple electronics I tinker.
I have a Jaguar too. Atari Jaguar.
You remember those are cool, yeah. My nephew gave me a PSP that's been rooted and has all kinds of stuff.
That's awesome. I don't have one of those. I got tons of games somehow.
I always wanted one, and I was telling him, and he's like, "Dude, I got one out of my car, and it's it's got the RetroArch is what they call it. It's like a emulator,
Yeah.
And it's loaded with probably every single Super Nintendo and regular Nintendo game on it.
Nice.
It's awesome.
I got something like that for my DS, and it's got all the different, everything a DS can play. But yeah.
Yeah, right. The audio's not all that great. It's like it cuts out and it's all choppy and stuff.
Yeah, emulation's weird that way, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Apparently, the emulator for the Fire Stick is really good. That's what I've heard. Sorry.
No problem.
I see a comment here from Alan Reeder. Says he was brought up with the Spec 48K. What was the Spec? What was it called? The real name? Spectrum. The rich kids got that one.
Oh. Yeah, I don't remember.
I think. Whatever.
I had an early version of that computer.
What was it called? Was it the Spectrum or
ZX or something? Spectrum ZX.
Yeah.
Yep.
I never had that. I actually had a Commodore 20 before the Commodore 64 or VIC 20 as it was called.
Oh, the VIC, yeah. I know the VIC. I don't have one, but I love that stuff.
You used
to be able to go to garage sales and just get that stuff everywhere, but not anymore.
No.
So let's just circle back as Jen Psaki, DroneTech's favorite press reporter.
God.
Would say. Anyways, is that all we wanted out of the insurrection? The insurrection?
No, I'm down. We can debate Ashley Babbitt.
Gas.
And did you guys ever see the interview with the guy who shot Ashley Babbitt? The dude seems like not all there, first of all, and it's just like it's another one of those things that just disgusts me, where the media just like carries his water to protect the narrative, when if it were the other way around, they would be going the opposite way. It's just crazy.
What do you
it's
mean
like
other way around?
There was no reason.
What do you mean the other way around?
They literally called him a hero.
Yeah, but I mean, define the other way around. Do you mean if it was a woman inside shooting a black man?
No, I think if if a white cop shoots and kills an unarmed black person, that's a pretty big deal.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about just this one situation, though. Like,
What I don't understand is, I swear to God, there was like armed guards right out there with what looked like small rifles, like right in the stairwell,
right behind her, literally like 4 feet behind her. She was no threat. They were all they didn't think she was a threat. They didn't seem to care. There's video, Jaden X's video actually. That guy we were talking about earlier, forget his name again, but
John Sullivan.
Sullivan, yeah, sorry. But in his video, you can see the armed, fully geared up police right behind her.
Yeah.
So
they were the first ones that basically tried to render aid, and they also were the ones that were yelling, like, give us some room, get back, like this one.
They could have been shot by that guy.
Yeah, but besides that, and I think they were concerned with her. They were like, holy shit, this woman's basically dying in their arms. So it was pretty crazy.
You know, not all cops are created equal. Not all police departments are created equal. And I don't want to, I don't want to suggest that somehow the Capitol Police deserved all the shit they had to take, but they really are not a top-notch police force.
No.
And I wasn't at all surprised that that they had such a difficult time. I remember someone, you could see the guy that shot Ashley Babbitt, and someone said he must have been a Secret Service guy. And I said, look how fat he is. He's no way he's a Secret Service guy. He's a Capitol policeman.
He reminded me of in Forrest Gump, his friend in Vietnam. He reminded me of that guy. He was just like, he's like below average intelligence. Like he almost seems like a patsy to me.
Bubba.
Really weird. Yeah, Bubba. Yeah. He almost seemed like a I watched that whole interview with Lester Holt. If you haven't seen it, I recommend checking it out because it's infuriating. The guy just seems like he was told a bunch of stuff to say that he memorized. He even calls himself a hero at one point. Like Lester Holt, to his credit, at one point asked him, why did none of the other police who were in much more violent situations shoot anybody? And his answer is so stupid. It's like, well, I can't talk to what they did, but I just was doing my duty. And it's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like he could have run up, pulled her out through the window and arrested her right there. Done. Like she had no weapon. She weighs 98 pounds.
If he would have pulled her out and arrested her, the rest of the people that were standing there would have jumped
watch
over
the video.
him.
No,
I have
sorry.
watched the video.
The room was filled with freaking fully geared police for one. Two, she was the only one small enough to get up there and get in that spot. I just don't see that. Nobody else was clamoring to get through there.
Well, I look at it a few different ways. Like,
she was
first of all,
she was the only one.
I don't know what he was thinking. If they told him, if people get past this point, you shoot them. Like,
that didn't come up in the interview. If they did.
And it didn't come up. And the second thing is, it's indoors, so you wouldn't use pepper spray, but there's a lot of things he could have done to her besides shoot her.
Like just put his hand out, because she wasn't going to get by him if he just puts his hand out. She's just a little thing.
Run up to her and smash her in the face if you have to. That would have still kept her alive.
She did cross a Rubicon by breaking in there.
Well, Americans, I have a question for you. I've read in Swedish media that there was an American police officer that he lost his job because he scored higher than 115 IQ on an IQ test.
That sounds fake, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Look, I've heard of this for like toll booth operators and jobs like that. Never for a police officer, though.
Let me tell you, if you, I'm a police supporter mostly, but I'm definitely more and more skeptical. If you look up some stuff like First Amendment audits, look that up. You'll see that there's a real problem with our police. There's definitely something going on. Like a lot of these guys don't even know what the First Amendment is, first of all, and they have no problems with physically assaulting people for having a camera in a public space. Like it happens a lot, a lot.
It seems to be true. On a quick Google, it seems to be true. Police departments can turn down recruits with high IQs.
So a really good channel is Audit the Audit, which is a great YouTube channel.
I love that one. Very good.
Sparse in content, but the content that he puts out is fucking awesome.
I like San Quentin I forget his name, San Quentin Audits or something like that. Okay. He's a California guy. Freeman's a good one.
Yep. There's guys who will just walk on a sidewalk that's close to a place that's illegal to walk on, and then all of a sudden, these or I don't know what they are, they come poking their head out. They're all coming out of the fucking woodwork. They're like, "You can't walk here." And he's like, "I can't fucking walk here."
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. They'll ask him like, "What's the First Amendment?" These fuckers don't know it. They don't know it at all. It's like, what? How do you not know what the First Amendment is?
Totally, man.
It's wild. Yeah, it is.
I guess I feel a little bit for the police. I mean, I totally agree that they have to respect First Amendment rights, but it's such a stressful job. And
it is.
Why not? Why stretch yourself with a guy with a camera who's breaking no laws and in public space? Like,
I'm not making excuses, but
why waste time?
I hate to see the police. I hate
Sometimes
to see this happen to them.
Sometimes they know what's going on and they still do it. It's like they're like, "Oh, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing," but then they continue to like be a fool on camera. It's like I don't get it.
Yeah,
I got immunity. It's because they got immunity, drone tech.
There he is. There he is.
Based Welshman.
Hey, Base.
Hey, Base.
Good evening, Base.
Stuck him in the back door.
Legend. I need beer. I'll be right back.
There you go.
It's because they've got immunity, though. That's why. What's
immunity?
Yeah, the police have immunity for their. I can't remember the word.
In the United States, they don't
do not have immunity.
They end up with enormous lawsuits that maybe at the criminal level to a point.
Yeah,
but personally, even then, no.
Personally, you can sue. You can sue the police force.
Municipality. Yeah.
It's hard to sue the actual police officer.
Well, he'll get his if he did bad.
It is hard to sue, but it's not impossible. The
immunity.
It's called qualified immunity, and
that's it.
And it's not absolute; it's qualified.
Right.
Yeah. But when John was talking about auditors, sometimes the auditors will actually trap the police officers to actually get them to. They don't qualify for the immunity, though.
I've loved watching Donut Operator. Are you familiar with him, Based Welsh? That's just. I mean, you sound skeptical there. I really enjoy him.
No, I'm not.
Because he takes the piss out of police officers every now and then when they really obviously do wrong. But mostly, he breaks apart the narrative that is put out against police officers, where someone who's doing auditing, truncates the video so that it only shows the part where they deliver an ass whipping, and they delete the 10 minutes before where the guy's going around beating up other people and doing shit.
The problem is a lot of clickbait with auditors as well, because it's all about views and clicks.
Yeah, that's true. It's all
so what they say is if they can trigger a clown in a costume, then they'll get money from the views. There's a lot of money to be made on it.
Wow.
For the views they get. Obviously, the more explosive, it all works for them.
Yeah, I guess that's part of the animal and how it is.
But one I would highly recommend, or a couple, but one, Honor Your Oath. He does really, really good audits, and he's been doing it for about 12 years on YouTube, long time.
Interesting.
Okay.
I like
Jeff Gray, Honor Your Oath.
That's free speech.
His famous one at the moment is he just gets a cardboard sign and it says, God bless the homeless veterans, and he sticks it outside County Hall, or he has a sign that says fuck the County Hall, and he doesn't provoke them at all, though, apart from that. It's just that statement, and he gets arrested for this sort of shit. He just won 10 grand.
10 grand? Is that all?
Yeah, he settled early. Just settled early.
Okay, well, if he's not
so greedy, that's a British guy.
No, that's Honor Your Oath, Jeff Gray in America.
Interesting.
Yeah. Honestly, he's a really good channel, and he's been doing it for years. Really well respected in that community.
Yeah, I like it. Sounds good. Be a vet or probably a supporter.
Nice.
What do you mean, Last Dance? What messages aren't making it through?
I wrote in the chat. I wrote that Random Goon was accused of being a stupid American on Twitter recently, and that message didn't get through.
On YouTube?
You can't say stupid.
Yeah. Oh, is it? You can't
stupid.
It's the word stupid. Okay.
Are you looking at the YouTube feed?
Yeah,
No,
the YouTube.
You sure you're not on? You know,
I typed into the YouTube feed.
Are you on live chat or top chat?
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
What it is?
Have I tried throwing my computer out the window and diving after it? No, I'll do that next.
What it is, lads? I was just a mod on a big live stream earlier on, and loads of words get picked up. Not even swear words, and YouTube just pull them for review for the mods to clear them. There's so much in the chat. You read some of the messages, and they're like FFS, you know, for fuck's sake, and nothing, and like just all normal words.
Somebody's probably doing beta testing on all the live streams. You know,
you find when you're a mod, you'll find out what it's like. It's crazy on a fast. It's honestly they're putting things white. You can't put white in spell correctly. You've got to spell it with a Y.
Right.
All right,
that's not even PG-13. That's like PG we're talking about here.
I know.
You can type dumbass though.
I'm one of the offenders for.
All right, let's try this test.
Language.
You guys see this?
Whoa!
I saw that.
Too far with that.
Oh man!
What I miss?
I can't see it.
Papa said while he was brandishing his knife.
I can't say that.
Say something negative about George Floyd. See if that goes through.
No.
George Floyd, we should talk about George Floyd. I got a lot to say about that.
Oh boy.
Oh fuck it.
And it seems to not. I guess we're just not being monitored closely enough by, the tattletales to.
Yeah, it's almost
flagged.
It's almost 2 a.m. for Duke, so he's like, "I'll talk about anything, you fucking guys."
Yeah, but it's
like a drunk.
So repetitive. I mean, it's better than when you asked guys about the weather earlier tonight, Steve.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, what do you have over there? Who's your George Floyd? Jorgen Borgensen? I mean, come on, what do you got?
Jorgen Borgensen.
And Drone Tech, I'd like to congratulate you on your great success on the shorts. I have seen some views on your short YouTube clips. They're fucking massive.
The less of me people have to listen to, the better, I guess. So.
Yeah, those shorts are flying for you, mate. Honestly.
Yeah, I know. It helped me get up to 100K.
How many?
Very good. Very good.
No, I'm saying it helped me get up to 100K subs for sure.
Very nice.
Yeah, you've flown recently, but what's your top views on those shorts? Because they've been flying.
I don't know. It's funny. I'm not sure because they don't actually. It's weird. Like they don't. I have to add them to. I think there's one with 1 million views, but yeah, there's a couple. It's like 800,000, 700,000, 1 million.
They're giving you the revenues.
Yeah, they have something called. It's called the
Very
Shorts. Nice. It's like a Shorts fund every month, and they're like they give it to you extra. Yeah, it's
very nice. I'm glad
it's been a successful. I thought I was on my way out, and I'm back. So
yeah, you worked hard.
Honestly, 6 months, mate. 6 months.
Yeah. I thought it was done because it was just going backwards. I was losing. So yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, if you want to go in the other direction, go ahead and talk about George Floyd because that's not all it's going to take.
If that's not here, we can't talk about George Floyd.
Well, I don't have a lot to say except for he's a scumbag, a total fucking scumbag.
Well,
why are you building murals and shit to him? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, there's a weird.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to curse too bad, but why does the left glob on to just total scumbags like Jacob Blake? They lied about him.
It's the optics of the moment. It's the optics of the narrative.
It's the same thing.
They caused riots by not telling the truth.
Jacob Blake is still not
what
dead.
they want to do.
Right.
It's the same thing with the Capitol thing. It's the same thing with the Capitol thing. Like the visual of him having his neck being knelt on for 8 minutes, 47 seconds. I don't want to get the number wrong. 9 minutes.
I cringed watching it.
Yeah, that's the nuclear bomb of a video. Like everything else that goes on there, just seeing that cop kneeling on that guy's neck for that long was shocking.
But then you do some critical thinking, right? Or no?
The guy had a tough history, a tough past, yes. And the guy was an addict who had some issues, yes. But even still, that cop should not have had his knee on that dude's neck for that long.
Well, Floyd shouldn't have fought the police.
Yeah, there were a lot. There was a lot of video before that 8 minutes as well.
I mean,
like 30 minutes.
Do you really think he meant to kill him? I mean, do you really think he meant to kill him?
He was not thinking well that day, that police officer.
Well,
I'll say that generously towards him.
I'll tell you, the only... Okay, sorry.
He was not awake for a good part of it.
Yeah, I watched the whole trial. I watched all of it, like every bit of it. And the one thing that got me was there was a lot of people, you know, like, get off him, and the cops usually act like that. They don't like being told. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like, they don't like being told by the public because they got this, you know, complex that they're bigger and more important, and they just ignored him. But yeah, I mean, he should have gotten off. It was clearly like he had an issue. Like,
he was trained. He was trained to do that. In his
George
training.
Floyd was still a scumbag who got himself into that situation.
That's not what the sergeant said.
Well, I've seen the video, mate. I've seen the video. I've seen the video.
But I just have to ask.
Yeah,
no,
that's true too. They said that they're not trained to do that. That's true.
Sorry, the training video I've seen. The training video of the actual trainers telling them to do that.
So look, these cops, when they got him, I don't remember this part, if they knew about his background or not. I think maybe they didn't.
Right. I'm not saying it was right. Just saying it was on a training video.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're making it so easy for. Don't you see it as just strategic, tactical propaganda, media war, as really stupid to be on the side of the cop? Wouldn't it be smarter to say, yeah, that cop was an asshole, let's get on with something else? People die all the time.
Duke, no.
We're not going to make a big fuss about this because it's hurting us in the
Well, we didn't make a big fuss. But you still got to say that this cop didn't ask to be put in that situation.
Yeah, and are you winning? Are you winning over people by saying that?
I'm not going to drop myself to stupid because people are lack any.
No, but do you have to fight every fight? Do you have to die on every hill?
No, you're right, and I
very
conceded
symbolic. Excellent language there, Duke.
What happened after George Floyd? The protest. That's when everything.
You got to choose your hills carefully. I'm sorry. I
will say that the police officer over the 9 minute scenario that we've seen, or the 15 minutes or whatever it was, handled it poorly, and. Obviously, down to his actions with the guy's drug use, with the guy's drug use, etc. Resulted in his death. Now, the police officer, I believe, was guilty, but he wasn't guilty of murder, which is what he got done for.
I agree.
So
manslaughter.
I would say.
I think there was two charges, wasn't there? And then was professional misconduct as well, wasn't it? So it was manslaughter and whatever professional problem.
Hello, Woody.
Is this a new guy?
I think I read here before.
Has he?
Please just don't shoot yourself on camera, okay?
Been a long time. Been a long
50
time.
weeks.
6 weeks is all?
Something like that.
Woody.
Oh, it seems like more like.
I don't know if I've ever been in the company.
Yes, you
I mean, that lighting is different.
Well, we were discussing about that guy that shot the custody battle, shot the other guy.
That was it.
Oh, that was crazy.
That was crazy debate. It was a good debate, but
that was a good one.
Yeah,
a good one.
Did you guys ever see just real quick? I don't want to derail or anything here, but there's a video. There's a guy on YouTube that does like replays of videos involving shootings and police shootings. He's got one
donut guy.
I don't think so. It's neighbors fighting in the street. It's neighbors fighting in the street, and one of the guys goes back to his house and he comes back out and they're still arguing. He just pulls out a gun and shoots them both, and they're not dead yet, and like they're crawling back and you can hear what they're saying. They're like, "You son of a bitch, you son of," and he comes back with an AR-15 and executes them.
Yeah, they're across the street from each other.
It was over about shoveling snow and all that.
Yeah, it's just like what the
neighbor hatred for about 2 decades.
And the cop showed up and he committed suicide in his house.
Right. Yeah. Terrible.
Yeah, I saw that video.
Oh, it just shows you, man. It's not worth it to like fight with people because you just don't know who you're dealing with.
No, that teaches you always should carry. you should always carry.
For sure.
Well, that and on the street, you have to always, whether it's your neighbor or anybody else, anytime you're on a street, you have to show street respect to people, man. You have to do it. I mean, unless they're actively involved in, some sort of felonious behavior that you have to intercede in. Otherwise, you got to keep yourself from getting, what do they call it? Craniumed, head
domed.
I've had a couple of times where, it's like out of nowhere, I'm at a fucking gas station in a somewhat dicey part of town. Next thing I know, this guy's staring at me out of an SUV passenger window, just with the most intense hatred I can imagine, instead of being fucking, that's not, I don't think that's me.
That was Woody. You're okay.
Okay. I instead of, looking at him and glaring back at him, I just like, just look away.
Wait, so Cypher, you were at a gas station pumping gas and a guy was staring at you with pure hatred.
Yeah.
Might have been love.
Like,
it was
did
a
you show him
racial
a gun
thing.
or something?
It was a racial thing.
Oh, a racial. Why was it a
when
racial
somebody
thing?
glowers at you, I think that's the right.
Well,
glowers?
Why?
Glowers? I'm gonna use that.
Well,
you guys can't handle the word glowers. Come on.
That's a big one.
Glower.
How many syllables is that?
Glower is just like insurrection. You just can't use that word.
And I mean, there are things called intuition, and when somebody hates on you, you get it.
What,
and
did
if
you see the Confederate flag on your Lincoln? That's what it was.
It might have been the fact that I was driving a Mercedes, the SLK 350. That could have been.
I would hate you too. I would give you.
I'm glaring you right now.
I got rid of that car for reasons that I shouldn't have got ridden of it. I shouldn't have got rid of it for. Now I regret it. But,
those things will last forever, bro.
We'll go to the lighter side of the fucking, after they get out of warranty, you start having to repair them.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah,
That's
man, you don't want to be there. I got rid of it, but yeah, I mean, I had a BMW X5 at one point. Then I went from that to the little sports car.
Did the BMW get you a lot of chicks?
Not really. I had a really, really fantastic girlfriend for about 7 years that worked with me at my insurance agency, and
were you her boss?
Well, he paid her.
Yeah, you scumbag.
Harvey Weinstein would be proud.
Yes, we discussed this last week.
Undue influence, and I mean,
if you have a couch in your office,
if she had, along with her family, chosen to
black leather couch,
bring suit against me for undue influence,
I biggest aphrodisiac.
Question: how long was she working there before she said she liked you?
Oh, she liked me before she was working there.
Oh, so she got a job because she liked you?
He got the job.
It was a good fit.
Ease up, cheese up. He did his thing, and then it was all good.
Well, Topple's acting like a manager, with conscience, and that's a good thing. Yeah. I
so,
understand.
did you give her a raise?
She was handsomely compensated for her.
What was the age difference? What was the age difference, Cypher?
6 years.
Well, that's not bad.
That's not bad.
Once you get into the triple digits, 6 years ain't nothing.
Yeah. Of course, he was 18. Of course, he was 18 at the time. But
when is the inappropriate age gap?
Oh, I'd say 16 to 18 years.
I think if they're over 25, there's
of course,
no older for the other partner.
Right. Wait. As a desperate older man, I would say at least 50 years could be okay. Because 49 years. Because at 50 years, they would be illegal. They'd still be only 17.
So you would go with the 19-year-old?
No, I'm being facetious.
I'm just saying. I'm doing the math in my head.
Well, you're pretty good at math.
So, by your logic, Duke Brazzi, if your father was that billionaire that a very young Anna Nicole Smith decided to marry when he was like 89 and she was 20, whatever. You said 25.
I think her
Let's say
birthday
25.
anniversary just came up, didn't it? Anna Nicole Smith.
Yeah, she's dead now. But would you be
Yeah.
okay with that, knowing her obvious intentions?
Well, just to piggyback a little bit on Cypher, that was a really tragic story you brought up as an example.
I mean, of course, because it's
but
been over a decade, you know.
If a 25-plus-year-old woman wanted to hook up with my father, who is happily married, by the way, I think that would be.
No, it's hypothetical because we're talking about she did hook up with a billionaire who was in his 80s.
Right.
Yeah, but that could have been a fucking douchebag psychopath 40-year-old too.
Wouldn't have mattered. They were all in it for the money, so.
Yeah, but so is it worse because he was an old billionaire? If she did it only for the money, would it have been better if it was a younger guy and she just did it for the money?
He enjoyed himself. Leave him alone.
Would have been better for her.
That's a good point.
Why? She probably had a lot more work with a younger guy.
Right.
Well, maybe she likes to enjoy things.
On how well she handled the wrinkles, you know.
Exactly, you know.
But in the long run, the family of him, his kids, his whatever descendants are the ones that should enjoy the fruits of his, labor.
You're really going back to that specific
Well, yeah, she
case.
got cut out of the whole, almost all of the inheritance anyway.
You just told me how hypothetical it was, and then
I'm not invested enough in the whole scenario to go Googling it.
So, are you talking about the hypothetical, Steve?
Yeah.
The hypothetical trial after he died. My dad died all of a sudden.
Not your dad.
Well, you said it was hypothetical.
Yeah, hypothetical. I don't know. I mean, maybe
Well,
just
still
drop
there?
it. We've lost that.
No, and also, I mean, it can go
for
both
me?
ways. If it's a young guy, he's 25 plus years, and there's an older woman, maybe she has a lot of money. I don't care, whatever they go for. I think that's okay. I mean, should I stand and shout shame when they walk down the street or what?
Absolutely.
Got a virtue signal.
Like they did on Game of Thrones. Shame.
People really can't mind their own fucking business.
Oh, you're making me feel bad.
That's the problem with it. We're judging people.
All right, Duke. I'll stop
that's not
gossiping.
okay. He's 2 months too old for her. We should stone their house.
Goons comment about Woody?
Oh yeah, when he had the screensaver up. Yeah, that was weird. Or
No, what he
call
looks like now, though. The ISIS
I missed
no
that
claim
one.
Yeah, that's
video
the reason why I switched it. He said ISIS knows you'll make me. Those
It's not quite the ISIS flag behind him, but it does look like a flag.
No.
It's just funny.
Lads, can I circle back like genders?
Sure.
Genders.
You were mentioning about the left sort of highlighting criminals and stuff. Like Rittenhouse trial, where you've seen Twitter explode with the leftists retweeting those the paedophile and the career criminal that Rittenhouse killed.
Oh yeah.
Why do the left go for these people? They always seem to go for paedophiles or degenerates or criminals. It just seems to be like their thing. I mean,
what pedophiles?
I have theories.
What pedophiles?
Rosenbaum.
Are we talking about Epstein's flight?
He's talking about the people that Rittenhouse shot.
Okay.
What about? Let's talk about that.
Yeah. So
I think it has a lot with the just echo chamber that certain groups live in. Their lack of ability to read between the lines, the ability to process complex thoughts, and I think they just sit around and reinforce each other's bullshit. And case in point, I just heard of someone in a Discord talk where he said that it's okay for women to have the A word because babies are parasites until they're born.
It's crazy.
Ass? Ass? Are we talking about an ass?
That was
Abortion.
completely.
Birth
I just could
control
not
and
wrap my head
ass.
around it. And even with the scientific journals, he could not make sense of it.
What?
They use that word parasites. I've had it in a live chat before. They say parasite. It's crazy.
So just very quickly to clarify, Woody, you don't use that word in your
parasite.
I was thinking. I'm still stuck on ass. I'm sorry.
The only
abortion.
Oh,
remember when Trump said infestation?
I wasn't going to use that word because I didn't know what the policy is on YouTube.
No, totally fine. You can say
no
that.
one watches this, dude. We're fine.
It's kind of funny too because I talked about this.
That was the argument. That's fine if a woman has an abortion because not only it's unhealthy. There's so many problems with a parasite inside you. That's why you have to get rid of it one way or the other.
And you need the horse paste for that, right?
And I just
just a quick parenthesis. In Sweden, we don't have the terminology of pro-life or pro-choice. So I remember a few weeks back, I said, if you're for abortion or against abortion, it's not like a taboo word.
What is the word?
Okay,
abortion.
Okay, well, abortion. Is it legal at any time?
Yeah, up to I don't know how many weeks. I think it's like.
So here's my thing. I don't think the government should
6 weeks or something.
Yeah. It's something like the first 50 trimesters, I think.
Okay.
I don't know. This is the problem. Right? All of us in this live stream, really, this is not something we're really going to have to deal with. It's not
right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
If this was for me, it would have been 20 years ago, and then things were crazier and no family and blah blah blah. But at this point, for me, that's the people that are dealing with it, the people who are in their early 20s, I think.
I mean,
right?
I think you just got to be honest about it. I don't think the government should get involved.
People after the millennials.
Oh, really, Drone Tech? No kidding, huh?
No,
if I were a female, I know for sure.
We're in trouble.
If I were a female, I know for sure I would forget about the fucking birth pills. I would forget about the day after pills. So I would be a regular at the abortion clinic. They would know me by my first name.
So Duke Brazzy,
That's terrible.
You're in Sweden?
What?
You're in Sweden, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just curious, since you guys are going to be under Sharia law next week, what are they going to think about that?
What? Yeah, that.
Praise Allah.
What? Yeah, it's not on my news, but okay, if it happens, then I'm gonna go out and I don't know, do the Alamo like Pee Wee Herman.
No, let's get into this. What's going on, Duke? You got Sharia law taking over the country?
Malmo. What's Malmo like? Tell us what Malmo's like, Duke.
I don't live there. But sure, I can tell you what my media says.
Are you cool with your country being replaced?
You're in the same country, innit? I know what's going on in different cities in my country.
Really? So everything is going great there, Welshman. What are you doing about it, Welshman?
Well, have a look at my YouTube channel and find out.
Yeah, he is out there. He's on.
To be honest, I'm working twice as hard because I'm not only watching YouTube channels, I'm watching Vimeo channels too.
Vimeo, nice.
Yeah, but Malmo. If you want to Google what's been going on in Malmo, it's crazy. About 3 years.
What the fuck's happening in Malmo? I mean, okay, we have shooting there every week, but
what's the grenades like? Well, what's the grenades like? What about the grenades? The grenade attacks. They just roll grenades in shops.
Yes.
Was it a new one I missed?
And everyone knows who it is because they're attacking each other. They're attacking other ethnics.
Yeah, exactly. And we're kind of happy about that, actually.
Is it the Iranians?
Is it the Jews?
No, it's the drug dealing criminals killing each other.
there's a lot of Shia and Sunnis having a pop
there's
on
always
each
a lot
other.
of
Really?
shite.
Is that
Yeah,
really
all over the
interesting?
place.
That's a shock, isn't it? That's a shock.
Yeah, that's a
motherfuckers hate
shocker
each
that
other.
they have problems all over the world.
Well, if you're Sunni, you ain't Shiite.
That's
Right. Exactly.
Well, hobby on me
You
now.
ain't the Shiite.
Look at Iraq. Look at Iraq. That's probably the best example.
But I have to say, mostly on this show, I've been talking kind of shit about Sweden, but it is still a great country. It's still working.
I'm feeling all
It is for
meta
now,
with this
but-
conversation, man. This is like
Sweden's
this has been
Sweden's gonna-
circular conversation for decades.
Where are you
I'm
rather
sorry.
live?
We can't talk
America or
about that though.
UK?
That's bad. You can't talk about it.
That's okay. I'm
Dude,
just
where do you
talking
rather
about
live?
it.
America or UK?
Who are you talking to?
Are you asking me if I'd rather
Oh,
live
who's
in
the only one that doesn't
America?
live in America or UK here?
For me,
He's in
America.
Oh.
No, I think there are two countries
Smart
I
man,
think
smart
are good enough to live in, and those are Sweden and the US.
What's wrong with the UK?
UK?
Okay.
UK's
Let-
gone.
let-
It's
let-
lost
let-
cause.
Yeah, that's a 1 hour rant, and it's gonna be awesome, actually.
Well, I
It doesn't fit in the
just put in
UK.
Sweden grenade attacks, and what comes up on Google is in 2016 there were almost 40 grenade attacks in Sweden. 27 in
Can you imagine if those were right wingers?
Drone
hear
tech,
about that shit.
drone
man.
tech, drone tech.
Grenade
You're the
launcher.
expert on what aboutism.
That's not what about that's not, what aboutism is a made up word to deflect from the fact that there's clearly not consistent standards being applied. Yeah,
Just
go
do
ahead.
me a favor and Google UK news the last
news.
month.
Okay.
Yeah. How many
news.
grenade attacks though? There's been plenty of knife-ins in London, but how many grenade attacks?
Yeah, your police don't even have guns. Is that right?
Well, yeah, we do, obviously.
And you don't even serve people glass in the pubs. You have it in
man.
plastic cups.
Do you guys
Oh,
have
is that-
do you guys
is
have
that
those
right?
biodegradable straws?
Yeah.
I'd
Close all the pubs
put a
at like
glass fight than a grenade
10
fight, but you carry on.
Yeah.
Wait, Welshman, is that true in the pubs? What do you get your beers served in?
Yeah, it depends on the scenario. So if it's a
Hamster
football
bottles?
day, if it's a football
Go
day,
on,
and
be
it's
honest
and-
now.
Hold on.
and it's
Beer.
outside, or it's a venue, like like a function venue, then a lot of the time it will be plastic bottles and plastic glasses.
All right, so if you go into what we
when
all,
do your pubs close? When are they not allowed to serve alcohol?
what we wonder here, I think, is like if I go into like an old
Fucking land of the free. That's not.
a multiple
the UK.
100-year-old pub, and I order, an imperial pint. Am I getting it in a nice, beautiful, big, shiny glass?
If you go in an old school pub, if you go in a proper normal boozer, old school boozer, you'll get it in a fucking big glass with a fucking handle.
Yeah, you have 3 of those in.
So you do get it in a glass.
If you go into a chain pub and there's a function going on, like football game.
If I go there
outside,
before, what is it, 10 p.m., 9 p.m.?
Look, if your problem with the UK, there's much bigger problems.
No. Tell me. I'm actually asking. I'm actually asking. When do they stop serving alcohol?
Well, it depends on the license of the premises. It goes, you can have 4 a.m. licenses. So I don't know. Pubs are normally 11, 12 o'clock.
Well, 11 or 12 o'clock. That's not bad.
Pubs.
No, later than what I read in my newspaper, where you read about Malmö.
Well, I've seen the videos. Let me put the videos in the side chat.
Let's go. More links.
You want to see the fire bombings and the grenades?
Do you want to see your British military being cut up to pieces? What are we fighting?
It's a bigger problem than plastic pint glasses, I tell you.
Yeah, well,
is there a war with Sweden and the UK right now?
Well, the point is, even if things are shit here, we can still go out, get drunk, drink fucking beer in a glass. And we can kill each other with knives and
might drop in your glass.
This is a rare defensive side of Duke that is hardly seen. So
yeah, I mean, I don't really understand this.
UK
versus Sweden here. But
the thing about Duke is all of his sides are entertaining.
Yeah,
like if you were to imagine a real pub if we were all getting shit faced, these two would be like pointing at each other like, fuck it, I'm gonna get you, you motherfucker. You know, like I'm gonna.
They should be arguing over football teams, right?
And then like 10 minutes later, they're like, "You asshole, fuck you, man."
No, the thing is, I can agree that Sweden has problems, but not from a Brit. Come on. It's like the French.
Swedish bikini team. I grew up with the Swedish bikini team, and I thought it was absolutely amazing. I love Sweden, and I always wondered what happened to that calendar. So I looked it up. And apparently, they can't find any more blondes in the whole country.
Blondes are going extinct.
They've been completely bred out.
Yeah. No, they haven't. They're there. They're just not picking them.
Yeah, that's kind of funny because that's actually one stupid stereotype that is true about Sweden. If I go out with a camera, it's gonna be full of blondes, and I can do that tomorrow easily.
They're just not picking
as if that mattered.
Well, do they have
doesn't matter to me.
Diversity,
I guess
like a UK strength. They just won't pick them.
Oh, look at this little guy. Let's take a look at this little buddy.
Yeah.
I missed when they were.
Buddy.
I know, man. That's
Say hi to
so
everybody.
awesome. Hi, buddy.
Hello.
Oh,
Just do
man.
Who's my little
Look
buddy?
at this.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard for me to ever argue with you again, Drone Tech.
I got two more.
Guy, can you say, "Let's go, Brandon"?
No.
Let's go, Brandon. Come on, little guy.
Always when they get my language in gear, a child shows up. But I can tune it down. I can be respectful.
You want to talk to everybody? Say hi in there in the microphone.
Hey, dude, how you doing?
All right, go back upstairs, okay?
Well, that's good.
Bye.
See you later.
Oh, he was gonna play Barney
I'll be right back, guys.
or Sesame Street.
Oh, that's adorable.
And also a question to Mr. Welshman. I've been to Britain twice. How many times have you been to Sweden?
I haven't been to Sweden.
No, what a shocker.
Oh, right. Okay, then that settles that then. All right.
No, but it
So
says
where
something.
are these videos being taking place? If it's not Malmo, because they say it's Malmo, Sweden, and I'm watching like.
You mean my videos that I was spamming Live with and I have on YouTube?
Well, I don't know. You seem to think nothing goes on in Malmo.
That's my reality. I'm showing my city in them and what I see.
Let's not forget, not too many months ago, Duke, you were describing the many beautiful areas of your country that you would have to be an insane person to enter because you know that you're going to get.
Yeah, we have like no-go zones.
No-go zones.
I have something to say about that as well.
And apropos, or regarding that, when I came to Manchester to visit the Lively show, they told me, you can't walk in that area. You can't walk in that area because you're going to get robbed and murdered. So you have to take a taxi for 5 minutes and then you get into the city and then you're safe.
Yeah.
This was in Manchester.
Yeah, I agree with you.
No, you don't.
I do agree
Well,
with you.
I mean, of all the
You fucking agree with me, you fucking Welshman.
of all the bad places here in my city or nearest big city, Boston,
we don't have that here in Stockholm.
But
where
the thing is, what
I would say to someone, you can't walk through that.
Well, let's put it one way. You can, as I would say here, during the day, but you'd be a fool to walk through at 11 p.m.
Yeah. Well, okay. I have to admit and retract. There are definitely areas where I would say to people, you don't go to that don't go to that area. You're gonna get murdered or worse. But it's not like it was in Manchester, where it's like 2 minutes away. That's a bad area, and then 2 minutes further, that's a good area. That was strange to me. Here in Sweden, it's more like big areas where, that's a no-go zone.
Yeah.
That's like war.
Yeah, I mean, Britain is different like that. Obviously, you've got bigger space. So the way Britain was set up, obviously, old cities, a lot of it is confined. I mean, the area I live in is one of the lowest.
I'm trying to be fair here. We both have problematic areas in different ways.
The rich and the poor, like all around the UK. If you go to Chelsea and all that, and you literally go from a £30 million flat to a council flat, literally directly opposite them. That's how close they are, literally across the road.
No, I'm not trying. I don't want to be disrespectful, because we have the same problem, but in a different way. Yeah. But it was very strange to me how close it was, and that it didn't bleed over. Like, it's so close.
Hey,
that's for you there. That's from Random Goon for you there, Duke. Just if you want to quickly read that.
I have some random, probably dumb questions for you, Duke, about Sweden.
Yeah, I've done tons of those videos. I can do that.
Okay, I'm just wondering, so is Sweden? Do they consider themselves a capitalist country? Right?
Sorry, don't take it. I was answering Random Goon.
Oh, sorry.
What were you saying? Start over. If
I said I had some probably dumb questions, but Sweden, do they consider themselves socialist? They consider themselves. You guys consider yourselves capitalists, right?
It's divided. It's everything, and I think that's not only true for Sweden, but I think over the last 10 or 15 years, it's been kind of globalized and international. How we kind of take after the US. It's kind of divided 50-50, where
socialist.
But we're not crazy. I mean, we are more left. Even on the capitalist side.
I have another question then.
Than the America.
Okay, well, it's kind of I don't know if it's my own personal theory about this or not, but so as far as your national defense, do you think that Sweden has the national defense to defend itself against an attack from any foreign power?
No, we don't. But we are.
So who do you rely on?
Ghostbusters.
No, we're part of alliances.
Right. I mean, ultimately, though, you're relying on the U.S. and the EU.
You're part of the European Union,
No.
Right.
EU.
We don't need the U.S.
Well, the EU is depending on the U.S. The EU is totally depending on the U.S.
What do you have for money? What's your money, Duke? Euros?
I have a point here. I have an ultimate point.
Your money.
Yeah, we're a rich country.
So you're euros, right?
No, we don't use euros. That's
Corona.
That's how smart we are. No, we have Swedish crowns.
So that means you're not a full partner in the EU.
We are, but there's a division between the finance shit and
There's here's what I would propose to you is that socialism, the only reason socialism would work at all in Nordic countries is because you don't have to spend shit on national defense.
Is that why it worked so bad from 1928 to now?
No, listen.
We grew.
No, right. You depend.
What
so you're depending on two things.
Big depression. Do you think it was nice to see your crops being burned?
No, absolutely not. But that's my point. My point is that whatever socialism that you have working in your country, it's propped up by the fact that America has the highest amount of innovations in medical advancements. We spend so much money on it, and we spend so much money on national defense. So because of those two things, it's like the rest of you are basically kids living in mom's basement, and you don't have to spend money on these things.
No, you think that's true?
Social programs. Yeah, and then like people in this country think that, oh, we need that too. But guess what? If we do it, then
we need to liberate Iraq. We need to liberate Afghanistan.
No,
we need
I am
to
with you.
Hey, Vietnam.
Hey, I'm with you. I'm not against you on those at all.
Can we all agree that the Salvation Army could probably take Sweden?
That's my point. Like,
I don't know.
the EU is defending you. You're fucked.
Why are we harshing on Sweden?
No,
I don't understand that.
I don't know. I've seen
Thank you, Last Dance.
And also, Drone
I've
Tech.
seen some footage of some pretty badass.
Drone Tech. I'm not gonna go personal here. I could.
No, it's not personal. I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, but I was almost gonna to.
Okay, go for it. Go for it. I don't care.
But if you need medical care, how much is that gonna cost you?
That's what I'm saying. Rare? That's what I'm saying. Is that like. Even the UK and their universal health care, it's all propped up because guess what? These countries don't listen.
Even every other country in the world except the US.
It's all essentially being propped up by the US, unfortunately.
I don't know why you say that.
Listen, I'll explain it. I'll explain it. So all the innovation, all the money being poured in because there's a lot of profit in it in healthcare is America. It's all coming from us, like by a huge margin. Okay, and so all these other countries, they don't have to worry about spending that. They don't have to worry about
how much do you hate fire departments because that's socialistic as fuck.
Well, first of all, this is state and like locally controlled. I wouldn't say it's socialism. It's not the same thing. It doesn't intrude.
It's exactly the same thing.
No.
Do you understand the definition of the word?
Okay, that's always brought up, and to me, that's not
even. No, it's not always
issue.
brought
that's
up.
That's not the issue. The issue for me, as far as socialism goes, is the loss of innovation, the loss of motivation, the loss of drive.
No, so the thing is,
the degradation of individual liberties and all of that to like a world communism.
Socialism in Sweden hasn't worked for at least 15 years, but it worked beautifully to counter the economic crisis in 1928, or was it 29?
Well,
whatever.
What did you think about Sweden letting in all the these destitute, poor, people?
Yeah, it's like
recently,
let's bring in a huge cost.
The homogeneity that you had before which is another big reason it's working. It's gonna go away.
Yeah, the blondes. That's what he's talking about.
I'm not defending what Sweden has done politically the last 15 years.
They'll still look tan.
But the US is stupid when it comes to your health politics.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing. No, let me tell you. If we adopted universal health care, what would happen?
No.
Listen. If you took profit out of healthcare in America, what would happen is innovation would plummet. First of all, worldwide, it would plummet. And I don't know what the other countries would. I mean, it would just be a slow degradation of quality and.
Don't take what you're saying is. Drone Tech, what you're saying is you're the only country in the world
I've been heard by
not able to do it, not competent enough to do it.
What do you mean?
The only country in the world not competent enough to have free healthcare is the US. All other countries.
Let me ask you this, Duke. Where does everybody want to go for healthcare? Where does everybody want to go for healthcare?
Real quick,
not the U.S. Everywhere else is fine.
Let me show you.
I wish our healthcare was different. I pay over $50 a day for my healthcare.
It's fucked. It is fucked. It needs help, and it needs to be revamped.
No.
Universal healthcare is not the answer.
Yeah, but so does the NHS. People.
Do you know the funny thing, though? Do you know the funny thing, though?
Let me tell you, it's fucking not.
Can I tell you a more funnier thing?
Wait there, it's ignored heart patients, it's ignored cancer patients, it's ignored all terminal injuries in the last 2 years. Literally,
healthcare is shit all over, but it's extra shit in the US.
All last year, now all this year, and it's all coming to a head now. They've cancelled like 12 million operations in the last 2 years. This is fucked in the UK, and it's all going to bite our ass now. So when people think the NHS is great and all that, it's fucking not.
Yeah, that sucks, and I am actually sorry to hear that because I'm talking in general, not on
live cams.
What's
Should we
wrong
give
with
them
them?
the boot, or are they
No.
cool?
Let it talk.
All right, real quick. I just want to say here,
Hawaii is the top state.
We have healthcare here, and I like to call it Obamacare, but Cypher calls it the
44 Care.
Affordable Care Act.
Affordable Care Act.
Yeah.
44.
But that is
because
a
the language
universal
is
healthcare.
important.
That's a universal healthcare system we have here in the
Apparently.
United States. Now, it's Obamacare, or the in Massachusetts.
Don't say that
we have-
name.
Sorry.
In Massachusetts, we have a healthcare system that goes above and beyond that. So they use that here for people who live in this state, and there are many other states who have that. But even the basic Obamacare is still not that bad. But as Aphid just said, it's shit when you have to deal with an acute condition and he has to pay over $50 a month, which means, what are you like 16, 17, $1,800 here a month?
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say
if
that
you're a 3-year-old girl with a rare disease. And
I'm not on
stupid parents.
Obama. I'm not on Obamacare. So
right, because it wouldn't work for you.
Well, it might. I don't know. We're just afraid. We're scared. We're scared that if we leave what we have now, we won't be able to get something back that we have. We have a low deductible now, and we have pretty much a wide choice of whatever we want to do. We can go wherever we want to go.
So
if we switch
high premium, low deductible.
Yes,
I'm sorry, but can I just end the last argument for my healthcare rant?
Do it.
It's the funny thing to me is that one of the reasons I would actually love to live in the US, and I could see that happening in the future, is that the Swedish government would pay all my healthcare in the US.
Wow.
Really? If I moved to the US, even if I became a US citizen.
Even if you became a US citizen.
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. Would you have to go back to Sweden to get your
That's why
health
you
care?
don't live in the UK. That's why.
Like you could just go to any hospital here? And
no, the same would be true in the UK.
How about China?
Same.
Everywhere.
Probably would be true in North Korea, but maybe someone would pick up the check along the way. I don't know.
Right. Likely not. You'd be screwed. So who's this? We got a little bit of we got some bubbling going on over here in the side chat. I like
what?
it.
Live cams doesn't like the US. Who doesn't?
Who's live cams?
Oh, I misread
Apparently not someone
that.
from the US.
Misread that.
I mean, of all the names you could give your channel, that's probably the most fucking spammy, fucking
sorry about
nasty thing. Live cams.
To our shit country anywhere. I don't.
But I can tell you this, and this is the problem in Sweden and a lot of other socialist countries, is whenever you take away individual accountability and responsibility, then there's an exploit. It's always there in socialistic economies, but then it just starts eating away at the economy, and it's gonna go bankrupt eventually if that doesn't get fixed, and it doesn't get fixed. And we're kind of there right now.
Healthcare is one of those
to promote complacency. Complacency leads to laziness and lack of growth, and it is a beast that will eventually eat itself.
Yeah.
Eventually, it will not be able to fund itself when everybody's on the government till.
But it's multifaceted. Usually, like from the 50s to the 70s in Sweden, people who lived off like welfare. First of all, they didn't have fun lives. It's not a lot of money. And they needed it. Nobody envied them. Nobody wanted to be them.
Right. So, one thing I think about with humankind and the earth is we have all applied these separate places to live. that make you either allowed or not allowed to benefit from something that might be positive for a person. It's all a human trait, but as a worldwide species, and I realize this is like some people would think this is a communist or socialist thing to say, we are all human beings, but we are so divided on a worldwide scale that we could never imagine helping people that weren't in our own country in certain occasions. If people were needing here, people over there are worth less.
But Steve, that's natural. That's group mentality. That's what we've all done. Whatever color we are, whatever race we are.
Right, but that's been created in the last 10 or 12,000 years since proper worldwide civilization has existed. Prior to that,
I would suggest from day one, if humans, I mean, you'd be fighting most probably the tribe from the next valley, wouldn't you?
I guess so. I mean, it seems ridiculous.
I think I'm totally with based Welshman here, because first of all, you want to take care of your family, and then your friends and everyone you know, and it should be that way. It's not actually a bad thing, and then you let it grow. And when you have a socialist economy here, I'm not talking for Welshman anymore. Then you need borders, because otherwise you're just going to water it out, and you're going to give away money that could be used for a community that you're in. And we have seen it tried so many times in practice. Communism and socialism doesn't work.
But essentially, as a free market...
But socialism can work in a community.
But as a free market economy, that so many things can be harvested from around the world that other people want, other people need. It does somewhat overlap. What we can provide from one place here can satisfy the need to another place there. Like, I do wonder if it was on a worldwide scale, if there was a place in, Argentina that grew beautiful crops for the rest of the world, then that somehow could benefit people in Australia, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, like, but we have that
somewhat, because it's based on
I can go to my supermarket and buy bananas
somewhat, but those might be astronomically priced depending on the time of the year.
Yeah,
all I'm wondering is it's all created by humankind.
No, the problem is we have actually a vast part of the world that are not playing nice.
See, Drone Tech.
Yeah,
kid.
Taking off. Thanks, guys, for having me.
Nice
Drone Tech.
Nice to humanize you, Drone Tech.
Yes.
Cute kid.
I got two other ones that are equally cute, but yeah, guys, thanks a lot. I enjoyed it. Thanks for having me. I'll be back.
Cheers, Moose.
Cheers.
Bullshit detector. Come on.
No, yeah, but in a way, I hate to say it, and everyone's gonna hate me for it. But in a way, kind of the theory of a global kind of. The problem is you can't regulate it because nobody wants regulation. But a global cooperation would benefit everyone on the paper. But then you have, and I don't know if Americans, and I have to be honest there, and I'm sorry if I'm being mean, understand how much of the world is in fucking chaos. Where fucking warlords decide what's going on. That's a big part of the globe.
Us Americans are extremely ignorant, dude.
All right, George, I read you, buddy. They gone.
Am I pushing everyone away?
No.
I'll tell you something. My opinion on American healthcare. I think that one of our biggest. I think that we do need a socialistic type of healthcare system. I don't know if we were in the right financial place for it when it was implemented, but I think a big problem that we have here in the United States, so I wish was addressed more, is these frivolous lawsuits that, like somebody stubs their toe and they, they don't have to work the rest of their life. And then the healthcare workers themselves, not the lower end ones, but the upper end ones make just unbelievable amounts of money. And I think that it's just, I think that, it's part of capitalism and that's the way it is. But
fuck, I just realized what I wanted to ask Drone Tech, but I'm gonna ask
He's gone.
Toppel instead.
You won't
what
get
do you
an
think
answer.
about what do you think about American schools? Should they be public, tax paid, or should they only be private schools?
We do have private
There's both
schools.
ways, dude. Right now, they both exist.
And
but are they as good, or does it matter?
Depends on where you live and what school
Depends on your town.
In.
Yeah.
But isn't that socialistic bullshit?
What's that?
Isn't that socialistic bullshit? If someone else is paying for a child to go to school.
Well, yeah, there's other people that I have like a couple neighbors that don't have.
He came back on another username.
Oh, did he?
Hakan Lube.
Oh, you just got to say. It's gonna be entertaining.
He must be from Australia. They know how to make all kinds of accounts.
I don't know. He's just some slimy coward. He won't say where he's from.
Who cares?
Hey, Fitz, you were mentioning nurses earlier on, and I thought I'd throw this one in there. But obviously, the nurse.
Nobody is gonna answer if
cut out.
No, I
cut out.
I was answering.
Hello. Yeah.
Base, go ahead, Base. You cut out.
Yes, sorry. So basically, the nurses and the frontline staff that have been facing this head on, who've now taken a personal choice, maybe not to take the experimental jab, and now in the UK, and I'm sure they're trying to force this through in America now. In the UK, I believe they'll be out of a job in April. And I believe America is doing the same. What would your opinion be on that scenario?
I don't think anybody should be forced to take it.
By April, though, by then, everyone's going to have the fucking Omicron. It's going to be over.
Man, I tell you, I don't know about you guys, where you guys live, but it is like just freaking raging here now. Like
here.
Everybody. My mom's got it. I got aunt and uncle that have got it, and the uncle's probably not going to make it.
This last week.
The cousin's got it. I mean, my friends all have it. Everybody's got it. It's unbelievable.
But don't you think you probably have had a close contact, David? It's inevitable.
Well,
right?
my mother was here Christmas Day, and she came down with symptoms 2 days later. My brother does not. He's not very. He does have the original vaccine, but he's not boosted or anything, and he showed no signs of it. My mom, she's it's not like she's not in the hospital or anything. It's just like a really bad cold that she can't shake. So I just pray that, it's not going to go worse. I think that, fortunately that she took the booster and I think that probably saved her life because,
So she caught it with the booster as well?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, everybody's catching it with the booster.
Yeah. No. I mean,
I don't even
shouldn't be surprised to people are catching this thing no matter what.
And I think even they're saying, at least here with the booster, that you're probably still gonna get it, but it should be a lot milder.
So in the UK they are saying, right, this in the UK what they're saying that if you had the two jabs, after 2 months after your second jab, you have zero. I can get the video up now as well, by the way. You have 0% protection with the AstraZeneca and 10% with Moderna and Pfizer. But they said if you get the booster, you get 80% protection. It's like funny as fuck when they're talking. It's just like,
well, it's
I don't believe that.
You're saying the opposite, Duke. You know what I mean? And what everyone else is saying.
I'm not saying the opposite.
Well, you're saying you just said if they get the booster, they're still probably going to catch it, which is obviously much lower than 80%.
I mean,
in the UK.
No. Don't make me a source or a proxy to a source.
Make me a source over here. On
No.
They're
My
saying
interpretation of what I've read,
I'm going on
like
what you
most
said.
the
I'm going
headlines.
on what you said, mate. If you misspoke, then fair enough.
No, I didn't miss.
You said
that's a tricky.
Everyone's expected to get it.
Okay, but no. What I'm going from is what I've made up in my mind from reading headlines mostly, because I used to track this
not a good thing to read
seriously. I used to go to studies, peer-reviewed research on fucking COVID when
I
this
did
started
too.
out in 2020.
I did too for a long
Yeah,
time.
I made notes and everything.
I did too.
Yeah, and for the last year, I haven't bothered at all. So don't make me into that. I'm trying to say
it's the end game.
fact.
It's the end game. It'll be back on climate change in 6 months. It's the end game now. All right.
I mean,
so the thing I got in my head was that if you had the booster shot, it would probably be milder. And I don't know if that's true, because I don't know where I got that from. Don't take it from me.
They've said an awful lot that's not true, haven't they? They've said an awful lot that's not true. First one, it was 90 to 95% effective. Then they went to, if we had 2, it would be that. Now they're saying, well, you really need a booster, the magical booster, which will give you, in the UK, they reckon, 80% protection. I mean, fuck me. Well, and now
you gotta
get it.
Well, there's one other side to this. There's one other side to this that we all
No. Wait,
Hold on,
sorry,
dude.
Steve. But I have to ask first: is it forced upon you to take that booster shot?
Yeah, certain jobs now, either you take it or you're out of a job in certain circumstances.
Okay. That was just the
not for me here, but my
in the
question
UK
is what they're starting to say now, and which we all had heard rumors of from South Africa at the beginning, was that the Omicron would be far more contagious but far less severe.
Yeah, that's correct, and everything has been made out. Yeah.
Now that means that they're applying that to more or less healthy, younger, or non. I don't know how else to say this, but if you're really old, it could really fuck you up. But
for
the most part,
anything
it seems
could
less extreme.
fuck up an 18-year-old person.
It is less extreme,
Anything.
but you're still talking about numbers, and when you understand numbers, if you have a 5,
I understand numbers.
I know. I'm not saying you. I'm not calling you out. I'm saying when let's say you have a 5% chance of getting hospitalized. I'm not using these based on things. I'm just using these just to prove a point.
I know where you're going.
So you got a 5% chance of 100 people. Well, when you have a 20% chance of 50 people, you got to figure out the numbers. And right now, the hospitals really definitely, I have proof of personal experiences that the hospitals are completely overrun in this area with the number of people that are being hospitalized, and they're not being hospitalized. I see like the people, they're being overrun by the people that are going and getting tested. No, that's not what I'm talking about. They're being overrun by people that are being hospitalized. And even these younger kids, it's not, the numbers that were stated yesterday by the Supreme Court Judge Sotomayor yesterday, but there is a significant increase in younger children, with the croup type symptoms here in the United States.
That's a high respiratory instead of low.
Exactly.
Hey, dude, what does Hawk and Lube mean?
That's actually a famous Swedish former famous Swedish professional ice hockey player.
Okay. So
Calgary Flames.
Yeah, I remember him.
Do you remember the Calgary Flames?
It was Calgary Flames. Yeah.
He's live cams. He just came back with a different name.
Yeah, if it's actually him,
Oh, it's him.
And why not?
asking me a
Why
question
not?
about the
Why
school.
not? He's 61 years of
yeah,
age right now.
Aphids in the UK at the moment, the hospitals are full, but only 6% of the hospital beds are with Kung flu patients. And out of that 6%, I know these. I can put it in the back chat. These stats, by the way, between 36 and 45% people around in English hospitals found out they've got Kung flu incidentally. They've gone in for a broken leg.
What's Kung flu? What is that?
It's the war of words.
The COVID.
It's the COVID.
Yeah, the
Is that
conservatives. The conservatives are really blame. No, isn't it funny how the conservatives are blaming the Democrats for using words they shouldn't use, and that's they really use these words because they have a different meaning, and we are so much better than them. Yeah, with the Kung flu, as Trump coined it, or maybe he didn't. But he was saying that Hillary didn't get enough time, didn't get equal time on Saturday Night Live being ridiculed after he was president. That's the thing I had about what about this?
Okay,
and I'm sidetracking like crazy.
Yeah. Personally, I think
there are
this
gems
is the end game.
in the craziness.
This is the end game now. Omicron is the end game. People are going to get antibodies. The people at risk, more than anyone who's at risk, are fatties, because Kung flu attaches to fat cells, and more fat cells, more fucking problems. So fatties are the ones that need to watch out. In fact, 50% of critical care beds for COVID have got fatties in it. So that's the reality. Fatties. Chubsters have got to watch out.
Well, here's the thing, Base Welshman. I mean, you say that it's the end game, and I'm not gonna. If Anthony Fauci gets on TV and says that, he knows exactly what's going to happen, I'm not going to believe him.
Science.
I'm certainly not going to believe you, some random dude on the internet that thinks he knows exactly what's going to happen. Yeah. None of us know. None of us know what's going to happen. There could be another variant that's worse.
This could be interesting. This could be interesting. I need to.
You don't know. You don't know, Based Welshman. You don't know.
Aphid Lip, I have a question for you that I think could be interesting.
Can I respond? Right, yeah, Aphid. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but Mr. Anthony Fauci has changed his position so many fucking times, and I've been going straight from the data from South Africa. And if you look directly at the data from South Africa, the last 3 weeks, their cases have been dropping. And in the UK now, London London is dropping now, and it's the northeast that is currently picking up.
I understand what you're saying, but that doesn't mean that there's not going to be another variant. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be something else.
But traditionally, variants go weaker. Traditionally, they do. Right? Very, very rarely they go stronger. So, if we look
the Delta was the stronger variant, wasn't it not?
No, Beta was the strongest, the first one. Well, it got weaker, mate. It got weaker as viruses get.
I don't know if that's true.
The problem for the world is
every year.
Yeah, the problem for the world is that it is true that they like the flu. It goes weaker every year, but we're also in for another completely new virus.
Honestly, there's no fucking help. With some people,
that's going to be a world ender.
They love the fucking Netflix.
Base Welshman, I hope nothing else that you're completely right, and I'm not saying that you're not right. I'm just saying that you don't know.
No, I know that.
I don't know. I don't know if it's the end game. I don't know if it's going to be weaker and weaker and weaker from here on.
Is, the reason
but I'm not going to sit here and try to tell everybody yes, that's the way it's going to be, because I don't know.
Okay, the feelings I'm getting from the UK, the reason why it's the end game is because I think the public, the normies, the plebs, as they like to call us, right, are waking up in the sense that they're still pleading you know, this is like really, you know, it took them to Christmas Day, basically Boxing Day or Christmas Eve, to actually change their tone, right? And I think it's the normies are actually waking up in the sense of, well, I've had 2 jabs. They want me to take another fucking jab. What the fuck's going on here? How many have I got to take a year? And people are sort of waking up to it. And that's why I think, you know, obviously Omicron is the Earth's way of solving this fucking issue. And I don't think this is what maybe was the desired effect for some people. But, you know, this is the result. It's really, really mild to high percentage to catch it. And the deaths are showing this for the cases. And it's already on the decline in South Africa.
Real quick, Israeli Jason and Daniel Alfredson. There's the link. Feel free to join in. Maybe our show is being promoted in Israel right now. That would be cool.
Well, Israel, one of the most
Nazi-like
vaccinated countries in the
No,
world.
they're fucking sweet.
Has had huge infection.
I have to say,
both of them are Swedes. You know them personally? They're your boys?
No.
He came back with the firepower.
I'm the only one who can say one kind word about Trump in Sweden.
Hold on. Yeah, Daniel
and not
Alfredson.
get killed over it because they don't dare.
Daniel Alfredson, this is an international pub. I invite everyone to come here, and it's obviously on the internet, so it's not really a pub. But join in, brother.
Topple is really growing into trans 215.
There he is. You're right.
It's the kind of pub that some of us have to drink our beer out of a plastic glass, and some of us get to drink out of a glass.
Look at he's in Oslo. Duke, what's up with Oslo?
That's in Norway. I don't think Americans know this, but that's a different country.
Well, he lives in Oslo.
Hey, Fitz, when you mentioned Anthony Fauci, were you being like totally serious? Because we know how he's been yo-yoing and being very politicized, and really does make it much worse than it is.
I mean, when I said that word, I was referring to the most recognized person probably in the world when it comes to advice on COVID.
All right. Yeah, not the best example, just the most well-known.
He drinks straight from the can.
But again, he's from Norway.
Oh shit! Look who it is!
I feel personally attacked by base studies. It took COVID like a change.
I hope you're doing well, babe.
I can skip my. But fuck it! I really hate myself for not asking Drone Tech and
ask it again.
You blew
Topple doesn't want to answer me.
Ace Walshman jumped in. I was going to answer you, and everyone went to COVID.
Yeah.
You look like a fucking psychopath with that wig on, dude.
Oh, fuck you. You want me now, I bet.
You look, I mean, come on, let's roll.
Don't I look like a trucker? Like I could pull off like a 12-wheeler?
12-wheeler?
12-wheeler.
What the hell is that?
Sounds like you need a tow.
We have 6 more here in the United States.
No, you have 18-wheelers.
Oh, no.
No, look at this. He's got a crop top.
I just want to go with an 12-wheeler.
He's
What's
ready
up,
for
big
killing
boys?
time.
Can you show us how you tuck?
No. Last time I did it, I fell asleep and I was scared.
Oh man, I've just watched Biscuit Bates' comment in the chat. No, I'm not having a go.
I'm worried about you, Topple, now. I want you to know.
Get on here, Biscuit. Come on.
There are certain signs that are beginning to show.
No, I'm just saying it as it is, Biscuit, mate. That's all. You know, I'm not having a pop at you, mate. I didn't think I saw of you.
All right, so Duke asked me a question earlier. It was based on how do I feel about the schools in America, that there's private and public. And as in public, everyone in that area pays for all the kids to go there to a public school, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, trans bros on us. That's a
Yeah.
That's a nice pose, though.
That's what happens when you
The extra bandwidth needed to
I mean,
send his
that's
hair.
that's Jesus. Okay,
he's back.
You're back.
I'm sorry. My sexiness killed it.
Yeah,
It's all right. I mean, I'll mail you a Cat 7 cable on my dime if you need one.
My problem is I have so
I'll
many
chip in.
fucking people on Wi-Fi in my house.
I know you must.
You mentioned it.
Fucking whole horde of people on
Mentioned
Wi-Fi.
that before.
I might have a weird kink because I think he looks exactly like Jesus, and I like it.
Jesus was black. Stop.
Did you say Yeezus and you meant Kanye?
No, I meant yeah.
Can you say Danny Jock again? I really like it when you say that.
Danny Yuck?
Duke. Danny Yuck.
Danny Django.
Man, that guy was funny as hell, dude. If he came on here, I wouldn't have to talk at all. He could just fucking talk the whole time. It was hilarious, dude. Great live leaker.
All right. So, what did you ask me a question, Duke, that I didn't answer?
Yeah, and you're gonna have to answer for all the conservatives in the
I'm
US.
not a conservative, but I'll talk. What's up?
Yes, you are.
No,
Stop
Cypher
pretending.
thinks it's the bigger-
You're a closeted conservative, which is a really rare breed.
Would a conservative put a wig on and dress like that? Come on.
There's no telling what Topple is because he never tells the truth.
Yeah, you do it.
Fucking AFAD. Such
He's
a
the-
crybaby.
he's the-
No. You really want my
It's your
fucking...
own fault. It's your own fault, Topple.
You
It's not my
want
own
my
fault.
cap and an 18-wheeler. I'm happy with a 12-wheeler.
I don't have
yeah.
the TDL.
12 wheels isn't nearly enough, dude. You need 18.
No, it is. The fuck do you need those extra... I can't count.
6.
You need them to
It might be
carry
different.
the
It might be different.
What do you
in
need
Sweden.
those extra 13 wheels for?
to carry a heavier load to make the boss more
Yeah, but
money.
okay, Topple. This is a serious question.
Shoot.
Isn't I mean the biggest question about socialism is fucking public school. Should it be paid for by taxpayers and should it be good?
Are you
Should
talking
it be
about?
at the same quality as private schools?
Are you talking about colleges or?
No, I'm talking about schools. It encompasses everything.
Well, let's just put it to you this way:
It's,
downtown Detroit public schools are going to be a little different from like Western Massachusetts
Why?
public schools because
Why?
they're funded by the value of the town and the amount of money that can be paid into the
no,
school
you have
system.
a fucking federal bank.
Yeah, but you can't expect the feds to fund every school. That comes down to the
No, I
state
can't.
and the town. We don't have
No,
the
I
money
can't.
for that, buddy.
See, Mega's
No.
answering. Mega's biggest fan is answering for me. Thank you, Smokesteve.
Mega. Yeah. No, but it just doesn't work that way.
Okay. Let's say it doesn't work that way because you can't figure it out as the only country in the world who can figure it out.
Question.
So, okay,
No.
it's still the same problem. Should the public schools be taxed as hard so they hold the same quality as the private school?
No.
Well, I mean, what this comes down to is the reason why.
And I
people-
mean, the what's it called? For children when they grow up, the school that everyone should have to when they're like 15 years old. I don't know what you call it in
Elementary school.
American
school, grade school, grade
But
school.
this essentially comes back to a very big thing that's in the media here. It's called
No. It comes back to should every child have the same opportunity?
Yes,
basically.
every child should have the same opportunity.
No.
I do not
And,
disagree with that one bit.
Yeah,
why should one?
Isn't school a part of that?
Unless it's private. If you
Yes,
pay
it
for
is.
your kid for private school, absolutely, whatever you want to do. But public school, they all should be leveled the same.
So my town here, which has a pretty decent school system, should have to take money from its school system and funnel it over to, let's say Brockton or Boston or
No, absolutely.
Springfield.
Like how? Yeah, you have such a weird theory about taxes. Like it's going from one thing to directly the same thing in another. No, you
Exactly,
pay taxes to a bank, and then the
we
bank
pay it to the town here.
redistribute.
It's called property tax. It's probably $5,000 a year.
Yeah, but
well, depends where you
yeah,
live.
you do, but yeah, but that's not even true. But okay.
Duke, how is your health insurance paid?
No, it's we don't have. I
You
mean,
don't have
we
tax?
can't.
You don't
We
get tax?
we can get private health insurance, and I
Well,
probably
then,
should.
It's kind of like that too, if you look at it, though.
No. But no, we pay tax from our income,
Okay, you don't have local tax or any of that stuff.
and then we have free medical care.
Okay, are you upset that you pay for another person's abortion?
No.
Why?
Oh, you
What
don't?
makes you
Okay.
think he is?
Well, no, I'm just asking. Some people might get upset about that kind of
Oh,
stuff.
that's a good random question. I like it.
No,
Like, I could care
no,
less,
actually
but
not.
I mean,
I'd rather pay. First of all, I gladly pay for that. But even if I were against abortion, I would probably have to pay more if she tried to put the fucking what's it called, the coat hanger up and kill
whoa, let's not get
herself maybe in the process.
Does that really happen? Does that really happen, or is that like a talking point?
Does it now,
I
or
don't know.
did it then?
I don't care.
I think did it.
It's sure it happened a few times. You know,
Back in the day.
But
back before
since
abortion was legal.
since I do believe in democracy, I believe that I should pay for everything we think is okay as a community.
but what happens if someone's not okay with abortion then?
Duke, what are you down?
Well, as a
Should they
democracy,
pay?
as a democracy, we are okay with abortion. Should I care about the individual who doesn't want to pay for fire protection of his house?
Well,
And
fire protection, that's a whole
we
other
still,
level, dude.
We still need a fire department, but he doesn't want to pay for it. He says, "I can take care of it on my own."
But you don't need abortions though.
Yeah, and also he's very poor. His children can't go to school. Should I have to pay for his children to go to school?
But do
No,
you believe
but
in
should
equal
I?
opportunity, though?
They deserve
Do
every
you
chance.
believe in equal opportunity for every kid?
Me?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
So
no,
I pay for I pay my taxes for something that the democracy has decided is good for the majority.
But I'm sorry I turned it on you, but I'll answer.
No. Give it harder, please.
Hey now.
Walk
I
hard.
enjoyed that a little bit.
No, but because are we getting somewhere? Because I feel like this is. How can you not get it in the America? America.
Because
we have insurance.
we're selfish here.
Well, no, we're talking about schools.
We don't know about give and take and
against fire,
that kind of
Well,
thing.
he's talking about
Other-
schools,
other
and I flipped it on
perils
him
and
to talk
hazards.
about taxes where your money goes to. But I believe just the same thing like you just said, like with the healthcare, everyone gets the same. But if you want to pay more, like private school or private healthcare, and if you can do that, go for it.
No, okay. I'm gonna
that's Obamacare, but the problem is that it doesn't work because most states recognize that there's flaws in it, so they do their own state.
No. That's not the fucking argument. It doesn't work because bureaucracy. Fucking law paragraph 14:13 says it doesn't work. That's why we have to kill Anne Frank.
Wow, look at you,
segue that was. Oh.
Yeah, but I'll try to simplify it and get to the point really
Duke,
quick.
your problem is how our tax system works.
No, but if you would say to me, well, okay, everyone thinks that putting a cigarette in the nose and smoking it that way is good, but we have a lot of nose cancer that we have to pay for. And I don't agree. I don't do that, so why should I have to pay for that?
Duke, you know the easiest way getting drunk is dipping a tampon in liquor and sticking it up your ass.
I actually have a point. It sounds crazy, but that's part of the point. So, should I have to pay for something I think is stupid, like putting a cigarette in the nose and getting nose cancer? Yes, if that is democracy, if I believe in democracy and the majority believes in it, then I should pay for the consequences for it, and I should be willing participant for it.
That's a hard pill to swallow here in the United States, though. I mean,
ooh, look at Biscuit Vapes coming in hot.
The problem in America is me. Where is the sense
Dude,
of community?
it's set up like that. There's 50 fucking states. So,
But-
I mean, why do I here want to pay for some poor piece of shit down in Georgia?
Yeah, but that's the twist of it all, is that I don't even believe in democracy. I don't think we have it.
It goes back to like the Drone Tech was talking about PBS and NPR. You know, there's always going to be a side that is not happy with the way, you know, with some part of the way that some publicly funded broadcast system is. But, you know, it's just so hard for Americans to see the give and take, you know, that there's, you know, sometimes things are going to work your way and sometimes things are not going to work your way. You can't have everything work your way. And that's something that Americans have a hard time with. So when you want to say, yeah, but you know, it'll pay for an abortion, they're totally not happy with that. But then when you have a relative that's dying of diabetes because they ate too many Cheetos their whole life, then they are happy with that. But they don't see that, you know, some people aren't happy with that, but they can't be happy with the other way.
Don't fat shame me.
But do you believe everything that your healthcare over in Sweden covers for people, like let's just say smokers, and they get lung cancer? You're paying for them to get treatments, even though that's on them. That doesn't bother you?
Well, in the United States,
that's exactly what I was just saying.
And now in the marijuana industries, they're taxing the bejesus out of each of those industries. So you know, the vice industries are always taxed.
I'm just flipping it and trying.
That's where I was trying to go with my ridiculous example of if you smoked it in your nose and everyone got nose cancer. Yeah, I think that's the price we have to pay for democracy. We have to take care of shit we don't like.
Right.
To take care of shit we actually believe in. It's better to overreach in the caring side of things than underreach.
Cipher this. He's the real conservative here.
Well, quick, Biscuit Vape says $1 billion for a warship, but 1,000 to take them to college.
I mean, that's just stupid. I don't know. Is that really Biscuit Vapes? It doesn't sound like it.
I mean, it's more like
it's really Biscuit Vapes.
Let's put it at 100,000, and that would be you would be lucky for 100,000.
Right.
That's
why I mean, warships are extremely expensive, but you get a lot. You get a lot.
Yeah, I mean, who could forget? those movies about warships.
I mean, economically, I think we should make better use of the weapons of war or weapons of mass destruction that we already have before we create new ones. It's a joke. I said joke with DJ there.
So what?
Django.
Pay taxes that everybody is taken care of. So what? That's kind of like what we're discussing right now. Whoever that is.
Well, like a socialistic society is not, like the people that are against it. They're always going to be against it until they need something out of that. Just like Rand Paul, complaining about other states collecting money from taxes to fund certain situations, but then when his state needs the money, he has no problem with asking for those funds. And that's the part that Americans really have a hard time with.
Yeah, but the problem is it's not really socialistic things. Like fire department, we can all agree it works fine. It's not gonna bankrupt the country to have a fire department that's being tax paid. But when it gets too much, then there are exploits and people are gonna exploit it.
You're missing some extremely fundamental differences between the fire department and healthcare. Healthcare is a good that people use infinitely, and their demand is unbounded for it. And it has to be rationed some way. And the way it's rationed in the U.S. is it's the market. You pay and you that's how it's rationed.
Are you talking about drug addicts, or how can I get too much health care? Abuse that system. What benefit to me is it?
I don't know. Every time you have a sniffle, you'll want to see the doctor.
Yeah.
I mean that what you have and I'm not saying that Eagles. I'm certainly not saying that is the wrong way to go. I'm just saying.
Sorry.
No, but
I'm just saying
that's kind of a good interruption. We have fucking smartphones, smart TVs. We can land on the moon, and you think it's bad if someone goes one time too many and check on their sniffles?
I'm just saying that everything has to be rational.
Well, how about this? How do you guys
pay
feel?
money to make fucking Marvel movies? We spend so much fucking money on making these special effects, just creating a fantasy. We are throwing billions of dollars on them. But if someone has the sniffles and goes one extra time to the hospital to get checked up, that's really robbing our economy, our resources.
I didn't say that, and that wasn't my point at all.
Interesting, dude. Interesting. Topple?
Bastard.
No, it's not interesting. It's fucking awesome.
All right, Topple.
Point.
Topple response.
Response to this?
Yeah, you were about to say something.
Oh, no. I was going to ask just a general question. How do you feel that now shit, I forget. Narcan. Jesus. I can go and get free Narcan anytime to bring a drug addict back to life. But people that struggle with diabetes have to pay for the medication just to stay alive. How do you feel about that? I guess nothing. Okay, I'm sorry. Stupid question.
Well, if there was some Narcan that could just save a person from being diabetic, then
well, why should we get free? I get free Narcan. I get free Narcan because I know someone in my family battles with heroin.
I think it's because the government decided rather than to withhold the use of that, they would give it to people who might be close to people who could overdose.
But you got diabetics that need this for their lives, the insulin and all that.
Yeah, but per penny, how many lives has Narcan saved per some medication that can save a diabetic's life?
And every time they're brought back to life, they end up in jail that we keep spending money for, and then they get out and they start doing their shit again. It's the cycle.
because they applied.
It's still penny. It's still not a comparison to money that's
because
spent
they
on
applied
medicine for diabetics.
The
I'll be
scourge
right back.
of opioids with a certain brush. They painted it with that brush. That is now going to be used for them. Diabetes, and that drug, it's privately produced. There's no funding, so somebody has to make money off of that. Is what it comes down
Why
to.
are we funding Narcan but not funding diabetic people that need this stuff to survive?
Well, because then they would have to fund every single thing.
And then we become what?
The UK, and it would fail.
Oh, would we definitely fail if we became the UK?
Well, the NHS probably wouldn't work here. No, I don't think so.
Why is that?
It's too huge of a country it's too varied of an
How about
income.
just state? How about just state?
Doesn't work. Some states don't have any money. That's why they can't fucking succeed.
Don't you have a form of the NHS in your state, Smokesteve?
Yes.
And it works, right?
Yeah, because the incomes are pretty high here for people, so
privileged cocks.
There's money to pay for it, but when you go to other states where there isn't a lot of income and the income tax is low, it doesn't work.
But, can I say something about the whole drug and weaning off drug thing? I think it's complex as hell, and I don't pretend to have any answers when it comes to that. Here in Sweden, we have like if you're clean, meaning you're showing that you're not drunk or on drugs, then you can always get a roof over your head. It's called something like that. So they have like, what's it called?
For
you know
homeless?
what's it called? Yeah, like for homeless shelters.
So if you can prove that you're clean, you'll have shelter. But if you are an addict with a mental disability, they don't shelter them.
Exactly.
Well, that's fucked up.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I totally agree. So I'm just saying how it works over here.
How about, I was going to say veterans, but I forgot. You don't have veterans.
Yeah. We actually do. And I have to compliment the US with that. We have veterans from the Second World War.
Okay.
Actually fought for the Americans. And the US still pay them like a vet salary. They were Swedish.
They
just
pay them?
They
don't pay the ones here.
They just joined up voluntarily, and
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's really, really fucking cool in my book.
They might have defended American servicemen or fought next to them at least. So
Some of them were at the Normandy Beach even, and survived.
Omaha Beach.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know.
There were numbers.
I'm not gonna go with the factual shit here. I just read an article and I was just in awe. That's fucking cool of the US to support
Sweden.
That.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
That's why you pick
because
up
there
over
were
the UK.
Complexities of the world.
Yeah, but there were a lot of Swedes that joined American forces. And I know some of them were at the Normandy attack. And I'm pretty sure they don't write articles about it. But I'm pretty sure there are probably some Swedes that joined the Germans.
Oh, no.
During that war. I have no idea. But yeah, that wasn't the point. The point was we have in Sweden, and I'm not, because I don't know a lot about drug addicts, but I'm not completely naive. I know people with problems. And in Sweden, they have this system where you can go to a shelter if you're clean, and people are not gonna be free of drugs. And
So where do the addicts and mental illness people go? They just live on the streets?
It's not a huge.
It's not a huge problem there.
It is. I mean, how do you define it? No, it's not. It's not like what I've seen in other cities. Yeah, it's not like it's common to see anyone lying out on the street.
Okay.
That would be pretty weird here in Stockholm.
Okay.
But it happens, of course, and a lot in the parks and stuff like that.
Well, you're a taxpayer. Shouldn't you be concerned about that? Like, I want my money going towards everybody having shelter.
Yeah, but that's a very interesting question. What would you want me to do if I had $1 billion and I could save all of them?
That's all your money.
What can
That's
one
all your
person
money.
do? That's the issue, you know. I mean,
Yeah, but should I give them free access to their drugs?
No.
And live in a mansion?
It's almost time, isn't it, Steve?
No, we're good.
I thought it was like, okay, my wife's saying we gotta go.
No, we're clear.
Aside for this, why you gotta jump in like this?
Oh, sorry.
I was going to ask you a conservative question. I forgot.
No.
Duke thinks I'm the conservative here. That's the funny part.
Well, you're not really conservative, but apparently when you saw January 6th happening and all this shit blowing up on the steps, some fights, you thought it was just no big deal. NBG.
No, I didn't think it was a huge big deal. I
don't think Aphidlip likes me considering him liberal either.
I love you.
Toppel, you're a conservative. Aphidlip is a liberal.
My wife was like, me? I love Duke, not you.
No,
but come on, Toppel. What would be the best scenario if I had $1 billion and there was a drug addict living on the streets, sleeping in a fucking plastic bag? You know all the shit.
You are you.
If I could give them everything they wanted, what would be the best for them?
I would send them to a rehab first.
Yeah, but let's say they said, no, I don't want that shit.
Well, they don't want that shit. That's your first opportunity, and they don't want it. They don't want to get clean.
Yeah.
See, this is a soft subject with me when it comes down to addicts. So it depends on what you would do.
Yeah,
I know what I would do and what I've done in the past.
I would bore you guys to tears if I started talking about all the.
No, but like,
I'm sorry if I come across as non-sensitive because I am very sensitive to the subject.
Hello, William Carlson.
It's the same guy every time. Why do you keep putting him on? He's the guy that was insulting me before.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. But
how do you know?
Putting him on
Get his ass on here now.
All right, he's gone. He's gone now.
How do you know it's him? How do you know it's him, Last Dance?
I'm just a genius like that.
Very intuitive man.
I'm waving to him like a fucking retard over here. Hey, buddy! Woo! How you doing?
Dude,
what if he really is William Carlson and you just booted him?
Oh man,
he's gone now.
It's all Last Chance's fault.
He'll be back as another hockey player.
Oh, is it a hockey player?
Huh?
Is it a hockey player?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then that makes sense.
So was Matt Sundin. So was Daniel Alfredson.
Okay.
So was Hakan Lube.
Oh man, I missed all that.
Wow,
Yeah, me too.
Hey, I don't want to change the subject, but I got a question to ask you guys.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a personal thing that happened.
Oh, personal.
It happened. Our New Year's Eve party that we have here every year. Okay, so I get this buddy. Okay, let's put it this way. I know this guy that had this party. That
asking for a friend.
Yeah, I'm asking for a friend.
Keys in the hat.
So this guy that I know, he gets a lot. He trades a lot of services for marijuana. All right,
Cannabis.
and he gets more than he needs. He gets more than he needs, and he's got a backlog of it. So his friend comes over, and his friend his friend ends up taking $150 bag of really good stuff home.
Stealing it, or
and well, I mean, that's what this guy's thinking.
Okay.
So this guy's wife, let's call her Mrs. Lip. She wants to make sure that it's not sitting around because she can't find it. And she doesn't want Mrs. Lip's son to come across this. So this guy, he scours the whole basement trying to find out where it's at. So he texts a friend and is like, hey, you were in a discussion when we were talking about this. Do you happen to know where it was left? And he says there was a huge misunderstanding, and I took it because I thought you wanted me to have it, which there was no conversation about that.
You're a very
and
that
wouldn't you think that if
very
that
generous.
person left the house, he would thank the person for giving him such a large quantity of marijuana before he left the house?
Yeah, I would think that.
This guy has been a friend with this other guy for 30 years.
My question is, how do you lose a bag of $150 weed?
Well, I like I said, this guy he gets a lot of stuff, and he's got a large quantity. But this was specially saved for this occasion, and it was in the freezer for this whole time, so it was very moist, very fresh, very good.
What's
it was
a lot of people don't understand that might not be much more than like this.
Well, then maybe it was worth more than this. Let me tell you that this came from the source of this came from was from a seed manufacturer to these new places that sell it to everybody. Okay, so it was really like top quality, and it was like in a bag like this big, and it was this filled. So in my days of remembering what stuff was, it was more than a quarter.
So maybe a half or an ounce.
Never mind.
Could be, yeah. Like probably half again more than a quarter.
What's
half again more than a quarter?
Quick question: Have any of you ever read Smokestack El Ropo's bedside stories?
Huh?
Does this have anything to do with me getting an answer to my question? Because I want to know if I need to be friends with this guy still.
Probably not.
Well, did you pay the guy? Well, did this person pay the guy?
That's it.
Oh, he left my house. He left my house, and he thinks that I gave it. He claims that I moved his stuff and set it by his stuff, which never happened.
I just have to admit, you're so much cooler than I am that I have no answer for you.
Well, let's just answer your own question. Do you think he slighted you?
Yeah, I totally do. I don't ever want to. I never trust this guy ever again, and I've been friends with him almost my whole life.
You're a pretty level dude. Like you would be like, it was my bro. I don't care. It's a little bud. No big deal.
All right. Well,
this was an obvious slighting, correct?
Yeah. I mean, I can't see it any other way. I just don't see it any other way.
There's your
it's
answer,
really,
bro.
it's
There's
hurtful.
your answer.
It's like extreme. Like this guy, it's really hurtful. I can't believe it.
How does
it's hard for me to believe?
How does this
I have to say it.
Go for it.
Oh no, go ahead, Topo.
How does the spouse of this dude feel though?
Well, there's been some problems in the past with this guy, and the spouse the spouse is not from me, from him and his spouse, but they've been, we have a close group of friends, and so we've been friends with the spouse, and she never left him after this, some of the problems that he's caused.
Okay.
So we've been friends with this. We've been friends with the spouse because we don't want to, we
right.
And now it's been like 10 years, and we're like, how many chances do you give the spouse to leave this guy? You know what I'm saying?
Well, no. I'm talking about the other person's spouse, the one that got robbed.
My wife.
I was gonna say it, but there
That
you go.
person's
How's
wife,
she
not your
feel?
wife.
That's all that matters.
Oh, she don't ever want him in my house again.
Okay,
which I
then
can't
you
blame her.
don't-
I can't blame her.
No. Whatever she says.
I know, man. It's it
So it's a
sucks though.
stupid question to
This
even
guy has
ask
been
us.
friends with us for our whole life. It's really sucks.
Whatever
Sorry,
Miss
man.
Lip
Gotta be weird
says goes.
for you.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Look at that.
Because
A wise
of
man.
what the stuff.
Yes,
Let me
yes.
tell you just a real brief. Okay, so this guy's wife committed suicide because he cheated, or tried to commit suicide because he cheated on his wife. Okay, the day that this happened, he dropped his kids off at my house. All right. And he didn't want to. I was like, dude, don't you want to talk to your kids? Because the last time they saw you, they were hauling your wife off in an ambulance to the hospital because she tried to commit suicide because she took a whole bottle of pills and she was dying. And he's like, no, I can't deal with that right now. So from that point on, I was like,
Weird guy.
You're a piece of shit, and I don't ever want to deal with you again.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
So,
but it just so happened that in a text group that this guy is a part of, that he saw, and plus everybody knows I have a party New Year's Eve. And he was like, dude, I'm coming, and it was be hard for me to be like, no, you're not invited. You know what I'm saying? But now from this point on, I'm kind of wondering, do I have the right to tell him he's not invited to my house anymore?
Is he your friend, or is the wife your friend?
I mean, no, he was my friend from when I was a little kid. And
Okay.
his wife came from New Jersey because that's where they met in the Navy.
Jersey trash.
And the bad part about this is the only one of my friends that ever found me on live. The only person I know that ever found me on live. So he's the only one I know that there's a slight possible chance he could be watching right now. I don't think he is.
What was his handle?
No, he was never. But he knew me on Live Leak, and it was like really kind of uncomfortable at the time.
Well, first off, it goes by how your wife feels, and second off, it goes on how you feel. So how do your wife feel?
I wanted to throw a brick at this guy's face as soon as the night happened 10 years ago. That I did. I mean, because here's the deal, man. He has a daughter and a son, and the daughter was up at 3 o'clock. You guys that are parents will understand this. 3 o'clock in the morning. All right, the night that they witnessed his wife being hauled off in an ambulance, and then 10 minutes later him giving his kids up to me basically, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning and she can't go to bed because she hasn't talked to her dad, and the last she saw of her mom is being hauled off to the hospital in an ambulance.
You really are sort of like a tribal leader, aren't you? It's incredible. I mean, I can't imagine a scenario like that in my life.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Cypher, and I wish it never happened to mine, but it did.
Are you ever invited to his house ever?
Not in the past. Basically, since this has happened, because he's so self-conscious, because he knows how his friends feel about him now, that he has not really had, he used to have parties and stuff, but he knows his friends think that he's a piece of shit now. So
Why? Because he cheated on his wife, or because he stole from you?
Well, I think because he knows that pretty much everybody knows that he is a piece of shit.
Well, why is he a piece of shit? Because he's a thief?
Well, no, I mean that was just the last. That was just the last.
It's a whole series.
Yeah, I mean I could go on and on, but I won't go on and on.
So go Last Dance. Sorry.
I was just saying this is his nature. He's never going to change. So I certainly,
obviously not.
I certainly appreciate your
his parents. He learned from his parents basically.
Yeah.
See, I don't understand. I'm not being mean when I say this. This must be the Philadelphian in me, but you guys don't like when you disagree with somebody, you just don't bring it up and be like, "Yo, what the fuck?" Like,
no. I've had many. No, trust me, man. I mean, you know me. I mean, I've had.
I don't know you that well.
Well, I've had. Let me just tell you, I've had conversations where I've told this guy the honest truth and how I feel about him and how.
About the missing product.
This was the last. Let me tell you, because the other buddy I talked to about this before this happened, because you guys are pretty much the only other ones I've talked to. I told him I don't care anymore. If it was a friend of mine and I cared about the outcome, I would I would want to work it out and try to figure out what exactly is going
Fred will
on
bring
if
it
there
back.
is. But I'm I don't care about this guy anymore. And
Then write his ass off.
yeah, I'm thinking so. I'm thinking so. And I'm thinking that it's come to the point where I can write his ass off in front of other people and not care what they think about it, Because that's been the whole thing. It's been like, well, what do my friends think if I am a complete dick to this guy? You know what
A
I'm
real
saying?
friend to me, if they would do something like that, and I would be like, "Oh, well, that was a mistake." Most likely, they would come to my house that day and drop it off.
Yeah, well,
And
he
then
said
I
he
would
was going.
split it
He
with
said he
them.
was going to, but I ended up. It was like he didn't call the next day. So the next day, I was in his area, and I was like, "Look, dude, I'm in your area. Can I stop on by?" And I did. And then he was like so fake about like he wanted to put my business name on the back of his wife's van, and told me how cool my
Right next
truck
to the
was. And
OnlyFans?
he
red
was
one,
just
the
so
red truck. Oh, it's cool. It is.
he was so fake about his interaction with me. I'm
Keep
just
toxic people out of your life. That's what I learned.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not like
That's
this
why I don't
guy's
know
in
why
my
you guys
life at
talk
all.
to me.
But it was this guy is in like a group chat of my friends from growing up, and Mrs. Lips got something to say.
Okay. He's a fucking dickhead.
Mrs.
He's a mediator. He's an excellent mediator.
Mrs. Lip is convinced that it wasn't the same crop that he gave us back.
Oh, really?
It was in a different container.
I did have someone once tell me like a 15, 20 pound bag back in the 1970s. I guess it was spinach or oregano. Here you go.
Yeah.
I was ignorant enough. He's like, oh, I'll take that. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Aphid, whatever your wife
you should probably work on that nickname for your wife.
Mrs. Lip.
Whatever your wife says first, you go by, and if you agree, then what's the problem?
Well, fortunately, my wife has been friends with my friends almost as long as I have. So,
well, she can still be friends with his wife if she wants to, but you just don't talk to the dude no more.
I know, but it's just uncomfortable with her. It's like,
why is it uncomfortable? You robbed from us.
I know. I mean, but I agree with you. I think that there's no other logical explanation. And that's kind of what I was wanting. Not really so much how I should handle this friend anymore. But if you guys think that he was basically, if that's pretty much what happened, did he rob from me? And I think it is.
Yeah. He robbed
I think it is. I think it is.
Yeah. As myself, as somebody who spent my almost entire adult life focused on cannabis, and yeah, I do know a lot about it. He clearly lied to you.
Yeah. I mean, okay, come on, Smokesteve. Okay, so you're at a friend's house and you think that this was placed by your stuff that you brought over to your the house, and somehow thinking that meant that it was supposed to go home with you. Wouldn't you be like more than like, thank you so much, that was so cool? Or if you wouldn't have blown out too much because it was New Year's Eve, the next day when you realized it and went to smoke some of it, wouldn't you have been like, I better text him and thank him how much I appreciate? You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's really what you think happened, you know what I'm saying? You wouldn't just be like, never bring it up.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't. That's insane.
Yeah, it just bothers me.
Doesn't make any sense.
I know, man. I totally know. And that came about this last week. So
At the most severe angle of observation, personal security is so important, and I mean, and that goes all the way to.
Yeah, scumbag.
How old are you, Aphid Lip? Are you 35-ish?
I'm 48. 35.
48.
Thank you, Duke. Oh man, there's no doubt in the world why I like you so much, Duke. 35. Jesus. That would be like if I said Last Dance looked like he was still in his 60s.
Yeah, but
I'm not still in my 60s.
But come on, at 48. Just
I'll tell you.
Remove him from your.
Yeah, I think that's the only
circle of friends.
That's the only answer. But then I got to have this conversation with all my friends, so they're like, "Why are you being such a dick to this guy?"
Look, we got a porn star on our chat. Peter North. You ever heard of him? He's a big actor.
I have heard of Peter North.
Yeah, I have too. I have too.
Where is he? Who's Peter North? Where are you at?
Good looking honky.
Come on, that ain't Peter North. Are you crazy?
Yeah, it is. There's a check mark next to his name.
There's something else I wanted to bring up tonight, and I'm going to ask Last Dance directly.
Okay.
And I hate to go back to a topic that we've.
Can you bring in Peter North after?
Last Dance. I was just curious what you thought of Kamala Harris's speech on January 6th.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't.
So you're that meme that you posted on the Discord wasn't based on her speech?
No, I read what she said.
Well, do you think that she was saying that the January 6th was, because I think the direct quote you said was she thought it was worse than
9/11.
Do you think did that come from her speech on January 6th?
I don't know.
No, I'm asking you.
Did I post that?
How can you not know what you posted?
You.
I just copied the.
No, I know. I
pasted the
understand.
meme.
No, I understand that. But then you said you typed out that she actually thinks it's worse than January 6th and 9/11. Or she thinks it's worse than Pearl Harbor and 9/11. Was that based off of what she said on her January 6th speech?
No, I'm asking you.
Not sure.
Just imagine if it was.
Do you think that? I guess what I'm asking you, Last Dance, is: do you think that she thinks that January 6th was worse than 9/11 and Pearl Harbor? And why do you think that?
Of course he doesn't.
I don't think. Do I think she thinks it?
Yes. That's what you typed.
That's a good question.
You typed that out. You said that
I would like
she
to
actually
believe
thinks it's worse.
I would like to believe that she doesn't really think that.
Well, you typed it. When you typed it, what did you think?
You should be pointing a 9mm at him while you're saying that.
The reason I bring this up, and I'm not putting you, Last Dance, on the spot.
Oh,
is
you
because
are, you dumbass.
No, I'm not.
No. This is good.
No, I love.
Let me see where
I really like Last Dance, and I respect.
Can we stop
this is one of the most. His thoughts on January 6th is one of the only things that I disagree with Last Dance on. But when I listen January 7th, the day after, because I mostly listen to conservative talk radio, and I heard over and over and over about how she thought that it was worse, and Jim Jordan, went on this whole spiel about how she, how she should talk to the parents of the people from, the Pearl Harbor and people that lost their family on 9/11. And I went back and read her because I watched her, and I don't like Kamala Harris, and it always is confused if I defend her or what people say against her, then I'm defending her, which I'm not. I don't like her. I think she's I think bobblehead Mike Pence was a better vice president than she was.
Wow, you like Pence over Kamala?
Oh yeah, I do. At this point, it's early. It's only been a year.
Are you guys talking about
the bobblehead? Was a nice touch.
But what I heard over and over was how she said this, and I went back and I read her whole speech, and she never said anything about how she wasn't even. They said how she compared it, and she wasn't even comparing it. What she said was that there was dates in history where we remember where our democracy was. I can't remember exactly, but I did save the page of her.
So that's what you believe. The date of January.
There's dates in history where we basically remember where democracy was challenged or something to that sort.
So you think
that is what
January
she said.
6th was a challenge to our democracy?
I think in the history books in the future, I think that it will be looked at as, and you can disagree with the phrase she said, but she did not compare or say that it was worse than 9/11 or Pearl Harbor, which I heard over and over and over the day after that she did say that. And she did not say that. She did not say that in her speech.
So you think
I could say the most fucking conspiracy theory shit.
All right, do it.
Ever.
Lay it down.
What's the insurance fraud?
What?
Oh,
Yes.
Nelson, go ahead.
All I would say
No,
is
no,
that
no,
I think
no,
even putting them in the same sentence is grotesque in the
Ooh.
extreme.
Grotesque. You would
Yes,
say.
grotesque.
So you don't think that
Obscene.
you don't think we should you don't think it's a date we should remember in history?
I remember
not
the summer of
particularly, no.
2020
Why you don't think
more
it's
than I
a
remember,
you don't think it
you know,
it has
January
any
6th.
importance in history whatsoever? Is
I
what
would
you're
say
saying.
it doesn't have any importance. But
Well,
to
you just said
compare
that
it-
we shouldn't
to
remember
compare-
it in
This is
history.
the
It's
subject
not.
for
It's
debate.
not nearly as important as Pearl Harbor. A date
She
which
didn't say
thrust-
that. She didn't say that.
It's not even in the same league. It doesn't even belong. In
Or
the
But
same
they are.
discussion.
She said it was a date.
9/11.
She said it was a date in history that we would remember.
No, that's bullshit. I mean, 9/11. Almost
Well, no.
3,000 people. Fucking.
How many?
But she's not
Okay, okay.
comparing. She's not
She's
comparing. She's not
comparing
saying
them.
it's
Yes.
worse.
No, she is
And
comparing
Last
them
Dance's
by
exact
putting them in-
words. Last Dance's exact words in the Discord was that she thinks it is worse than 9/11. And
Okay, I take that back. I don't know what.
well,
I will
I'll
say
tell you.
this.
I'll tell
I
you
will
why
say
I'm
this.
asking.
No, no,
I
no.
will tell you that why I'm asking. Wait, hold on. Before you finish, I do want to hear your response. But I typed out this extremely long response, and I realized on Discord you cannot type out that long of a response. So I cut it and paste. Because I was so put off by what I was so triggered and put off by what you said that I went because I had held it in for so long, and I saw that meme you posted. And you said that she thinks it's even worse. So I typed out this long thing, and then I was like, "Oh my god, dude, you like really went overboard." So I wanted to make sure that tonight, because a lot of times we come on this pub, and there's a lot of things that I really want to ask, and I don't, and then the next day so tonight I really wanted to remind myself to ask you what your opinion was on this topic.
Okay.
So please continue, Last Dance. Now tell me what you're going to say.
So if she brings it up in the same sentence, if she says it's a date that we'll remember, like Pearl Harbor, like 9/11, that is comparing them. That's what that is.
And you think that's grotesque?
And it is obscene.
Well, on the day that she is giving a speech,
Pearl Harbor
I'm sorry.
entered us into World War II,
right?
In which we killed millions. And millions were killed and changed the world forever.
Yeah.
So 9/11 was thousands of people were killed. We entered into a war on terror that was a disaster for 20 years. We probably
false war.
Well, it was a mistake. We probably killed millions of people in that war.
Probably.
Definitely.
1/6
whether it was righteous or not.
1/6 was a comparative handful of people. Rioting, broke into the congressional chamber, took selfies, and left.
Slavish, you called them.
Rioting, topple, rioting.
And it was 3 hours long, and that's it. So I mean, it is grotesque to put them in the same sentence. They're not. They're in no way. There is no comparison in any realm or dimension where they.
If you're at an event to discuss this day, what event would you compare it to?
See, that's bootstrapping. The only reason they're at an event to discuss this day is to
serious.
exaggerate the event itself, which is not worth commemorating.
The thing that set off January 6th was the setting of the Capitol building. That was shocking to see.
No, it wasn't.
These guys, fire, brimstone,
coming with their machine guns.
I mean,
Confederate flags.
People they went too far, but people have used, the White House or the Capitol for a rallying point for peaceful and non-peaceful demonstrations forever.
But have they ever been inside of it when they weren't invited?
Were people ever opening doors for them?
No, they weren't. So it's not.
Why?
Good.
Why?
But it doesn't compare.
I guess it's a so what that is so troubling to me that you feel that way.
No, you believe that by breaking into the Capitol, they're somehow in the same league, or in the same sentence, or in the same discussion as 9/11.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
That's what I'm arguing about. That's what Kamala Harris is suggesting. That's what.
What you said was that she thought it was. What you said is she thought it was worse. That is what you said.
Other people have, other people have said it's worse.
Bless you, Duke.
Fuck.
And I don't know whether she has or not, but
Oh, yeah.
this rhetoric that it's worse is certainly part and parcel of the Democratic Party narrative on that day.
I feel like you dance around the seriousness of that day.
Well, it's not the last dance, though.
How serious do you think this day was?
I think it was very serious. If I was,
oh my God!
I think it was very serious when a group of people are able to overcome police and enter the Capitol to stop or halt or pause or however you want to phrase it that makes you comfortable. A duly elected president of the United States. I think that is a event in history that we will remember, and history is not going to care about your feelings on your party and how your party wants to react to the situation.
One bit.
First of all, it was a tiny group of people. It was maybe hundreds at most that got into the Capitol. It does matter.
Let's say that you're right. Did it not halt the process of electing a duly elected president of the United States?
Not in the slightest bit.
It did not halt. So the proceedings did not stop in any way, shape, or form. The people. Is that what you're trying to say?
They would have stopped if they had not gotten into the Capitol. That was just.
Where was the defense?
First of all, that's not relevant at all because that's not what happened.
I'm saying it.
What's happened is they did come in the building and they did stop the proceedings. And
what was the effect?
That's not the point.
It is the point.
They delayed.
It is exactly the point.
They delayed.
God damn it.
And they knew they weren't going to stop them. They weren't logistically set up. They weren't.
None of that is relevant. It still paused the process. It still paused the process.
It is.
What worse could have happened with a bunch of unarmed people who took selfies in the Capitol?
Was every single person that went through that state capitol frisked? Because I hear that all the time.
There were 3 firearms found out of about
how many people that were searched?
1,300 people.
I never saw nobody frisked. I never saw nobody frisked.
I've seen the reports on it.
They certainly didn't lock the doors and frisk every single person that came out of that.
Some of those people probably carry arms with them all the time.
Frisk out.
But they certainly didn't brandish. They didn't brandish any weapons.
How many cameras picked up any weapons? Because that place
the
is
only shot fired was.
I could have a weapon in my pocket right now. Cypher, this goes everywhere with a weapon. You don't know that he's got a weapon if he's on a camera.
Which shot was the only single?
What does that have to do with what I'm saying?
It has everything to do.
How do you feel about that, Cypher? How do you feel about that? What's your defense on that?
I'm feeling mighty powerfully strong about it.
You don't care that she got shot?
Yeah, I care.
Well, he didn't say that.
Where are you going with this?
Well, what's your point that she got shot? Was she in the wrong? Was she in the right? What are we talking about?
This is elderly abuse. You stop it right now.
Fuck off.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with her getting shot at all. If I went into that Capitol and they had blocked the passage from a hallway to get in there, and I moved the stuff away so I could break, and there's a guy aiming a gun at me and telling me not to come in there, and I get shot and killed, I would have no excuse whatsoever.
Cypher,
especially
how do you feel about that?
You can't defend yourself.
Well, how do you feel
You're
about
not mediating this debate.
I feel.
Cypher, I read that book you brought up.
No,
I have to say, chapter 7 is not that good.
Which one? The Smokesteve El Ropos?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Ashley Babbitt. I don't know that much context. That's the.
But problem. I have to agree with Steve here, and I have to say setting matters. It would have been different if they were in fucking dumb shit county, whatever.
Well,
but they were in the capital.
Hold on, Duke. Go ahead. I want to hear Topple's response.
With what I know from what happened, which is not much, there's no context on it.
You were shitting really bad that day. We all know.
Well, yeah, I was shit. Yeah, it was a bad fucking day. That really. You ever had that happen to you? Your sphincter doing this? Oh my god! But I don't know what was said. I kind of have a problem with somebody shooting towards a group of people. You got to know what's beyond that point, but I don't know if there was any commands.
He hit the target. He hit the target pretty well.
He hit the target. That's why was that Capitol Police or was that Secret Service? But they said it was Capitol Police. But she fucked around. She was somewhere she wasn't supposed to be. Was she doing anything wrong? I'm not the cop that was looking and seeing what she was doing or saying. I don't have a problem with what happened from what I hear right now or what I saw, because there's nothing I really heard about it. So I don't have a problem that she got shot and died. Am I wrong? Does anybody want to say I'm wrong for saying that?
I don't know. Don't you think lesser force?
I'm otherwise occupied.
What, lethal force?
Don't you think a lesser level of force could have been used to subdue her?
No.
Shoot at the body mass all the time, right? That's what they're trained for.
You have maybe don't shoot her. You had 20 people in that hall. If they broke through, you're not going to be having every officer shoot down that hallway.
He didn't hit her in the center of the body. He struck her in the neck. The bullet.
She was
could have easily passed.
He was a bad shot.
The bullet could have easily passed through and killed someone behind her. So
I agree with that, but at the same time, you don't know what commands were being said at that time.
Yeah, you're right. No,
that's the thing. That's why I get a little like.
I'm sure he was extremely nervous.
I don't have a ton of sympathy for her. I mean, it's the usual play stupid games, win stupid prizes scenario. She didn't really belong there. If she didn't know what she was doing, that's all the more reason not to break through a glass, window. Right. And see what happens. Well, I'll see what happens when I go here.
Exactly.
And
so, but I don't like the guy being paraded around as a hero.
He called himself a hero.
Who was he?
On national TV?
I mean, I see more for Kyle Rittenhouse, not to whataboutism, but I see more for Kyle Rittenhouse than I do for.
I don't like it when he's a hero either.
No,
the Capitol police officers claim he's a hero for doing what he did that day.
He claims he's a hero, and I've seen others claim he was a hero too.
Rittenhouse?
No. Rittenhouse.
Capitol police officer.
Did Rittenhouse?
I mean, he possibly stopped that threat though. If he didn't shoot her, she did get through. There's probably a parade of other people that would have followed her.
Come on! How do you know that?
I don't know that. I said probably.
Why do you say probably?
Now
why? Because they were all climbing to get to that point.
There
were other Capitol Police with, AR-15.
I mean, there was many barriers that day, and they were all breached. And
he couldn't see
the only one that was met
breached.
with. Yes, and they were all met.
There was two breached.
Little bit.
The other ones, the doors just open up, and they're like, "Come on in."
The ones that were. I'm talking about the ones that were guarded to not be breached.
Okay. All right. And this sounds like I'm just jolting off of other things, but have you been following the case that they've been doing? These the commission for the
9/11.
I'm curious with what they come out with. I'm sure
but
probably
it's going to be biased
from being on it.
Yeah, but it's only biased because the Republicans refuse to put a reasonable person in place to be on that committee.
And who's the unreasonable person? I want to hear
the unreasonable people. Like
you don't like him. That's all.
Jim Jordan.
Yeah, you don't like him.
No, I do not like Jim Jordan. I don't like extreme left wing people either. I wouldn't want Tlaib being on that commission either. And I would say the same thing about her, that she doesn't deserve to be on there.
If you were on that,
but come on! I have to say something. You have to admit,
Smokesteve tapped out.
No,
he rolled his eyes when I mentioned his name. I thought that. Well, anyway, you have to admit that it's gonna be political as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that happens to them, and it's gonna be media. It's gonna be international news, and it's gonna be
no truth.
Huge political play from both sides. And this is the same thing that would have happened if this happened in Sweden at our parliament. If there was a big event like this, it's
Right.
going to be polished, skewed,
Right.
and used for a political incentive. It's not going to be a fair trial. It's going to be political points and a message to the fucking world, but more importantly to the country.
As it should. It should be the party that was responsible for the wrongdoing should be put back and step back a few steps.
It shouldn't be. Everyone should be equally in front of the law, but it just has to be. It's just gonna be.
But who's really responsible for everything that happened, AFED?
I mean, it's the rhetoric that it's not just Trump. It's the whole direction that the Republican Party has gone into.
Where's the National Guard?
And then you got 1/3 of the one Republican Party that is frustrated with it. Which Last Dance is more of a libertarian than he is a Republican.
Yeah,
but the 1/3 of this party, especially the ones that are in power now, like Mitch McConnell, can't stand that this is the direction that party is going into. But they're helpless because 2/3, the majority of that party, have chose to go in that direction. So they cower down and they have nothing to do to make a stand for what is right over what is wrong. And that's the direction that their party has gone into.
No,
the wrong direction.
The bigger problem is what if they're all bastards? What if the left and the right are?
They are all bastards.
Yeah,
exactly. It's the center. It's the center. It's the less
big
extreme
business.
It's the less extreme.
And the politicians pretending to fight. And it's big business and the politicians winning out over the average people every day.
That's the part that bothers me most about.
No, Americans need to understand that everyone's a fucking bastard.
Oh no, yeah. It's just what
that's
bastard you
optimistic,
want.
yeah.
But people are not bastards. That's the big problem with like a fucking movie like Don't Look Up. You know, there was a study that said that the majority of people think that the majority of people are stupid. That's the problem.
They are.
And and the people on the top love that.
That was a stupid study.
And it's being but it's being pushed downwards that is the truth. Wow. That the majority of the people are stupid. And everyone thinks, it's everyone else.
Singularly, they are. But when they group together, when they group together, and the average out of what their opinions are is more stronger than either of the extremes or the minority that is smarter than them. The majority, their common thought. But you have these